Hey guys, tonight we begin with something a little darker. A time of plagues, punishments, and pottage. We're diving into what life was really like during the Middle Ages. Forget the castles and chivalry Hollywood sold you. The truth? You probably wouldn't last a single day. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 1325. The good news? You're alive. The bad news? So are the fleas. Your bed is a half-rotted straw mattress stuffed with bugs and hay that smells like a barn floor. Because it was a barn floor 3 months ago. There's no memory foam, no pillows, and definitely no Egyptian cotton sheets. Just a wool blanket that hasn't been washed since last winter and now weighs roughly as much as a small cow from the accumulated grime. You blink awake as the church bell clangs in the distance. It's the medieval version of an alarm clock, only louder and somehow even less merciful. Your home is a wooden hut with one room, no windows, and a charming open-concept floor plan where your family, livestock, and domestic insects all share the same space. The smell? Oh, it's a fragrant symphony. A subtle blend of stale beer, human sweat, goat, and something you pray isn't mold, but know in your soul probably is. Scented candles haven't been invented, and even if they were, they just melt on your dirt floor. You try to stretch but immediately regret it because the air is freezing and your joints ache. You're 22 years old, which in medieval terms is roughly middle-aged. Your spine creaks like an old wooden door, and your knees sound like a bag of rocks being shaken by a confused peasant. Getting out of bed is a gamble. The floor is either wet from last night's rain, which leaks through the thatched roof, or crusty from something your neighbor's chicken did. Either way, your bare feet are now part of the ecosystem. Oh, and privacy? What's that? Your entire family, and maybe a random cousin who just never left, are waking up beside you. There's no bedroom, no curtains, no me time, just communal everything. Welcome to morning in medieval Europe, where you're never truly alone, because parasites, rodents, and 8 other people are always with you. And this is just how your day starts. It only gets worse from here. So you've managed to crawl out of your medieval haystack of horrors. Congrats! Now nature calls. And it's not calling politely, it's screaming. Here's the part where you start missing the modern bathroom. There's no toilet, no seat, no toilet paper, no flush, not even a mildly resentful plunger in the corner. In the 14th century, relieving yourself is an adventure, a social experiment, and often a small public event. If you're a peasant, your bathroom is likely a wooden bucket behind the house, which is already full because Uncle Wolfstan had a rough night after eating bad turnips. The smell is biblical. You hold your breath, do your business, and then, here's the kicker. Toss it into the street. Yes, the street. You're supposed to shout something like, "Gardez-loo," before dumping it out the window. That's Old French for watch out below, although frankly no one ever moves fast enough. Streets in medieval towns are open sewers, a charming river of human waste, animal droppings, and mystery liquids you'd rather not examine. If you're lucky enough to live in a town with public latrines, congratulations! You get to sit shoulder to shoulder with strangers in an outhouse where privacy is a myth and ventilation is a cruel joke. You might make some small talk, but try not to breathe too deeply. Toilet paper? Never heard of it. Most people wipe with straw, leaves, rags, moss, or if they're feeling especially indulgent, a scrap of wool. Sometimes nothing at all, which might explain why handshakes weren't popular yet. And if you're in a castle, surely it's better, right? Well, sort of. You might have a garderobe, a hole in the wall that drops your waist directly into the moat. Great idea, except that your enemies know this. And yes, attackers sometimes climbed in through the waist chute. Talk about entering through the back door. So, whether you're a farmer or a baron, medieval toileting is a humiliation ritual. It's cold, it's public, it's dangerous, and it's never not disgusting.
One slip on a whetstone path and you're face first in humanity's leftovers. And you still haven't brushed your teeth, but we'll get to that next. You survived the toilet. You deserve a reward, right? Maybe a nice breakfast. Something warm, delicious, comforting. Sorry, this is medieval Europe. Nothing is comforting here. Breakfast, if you can call it that, is a grim affair. There are no eggs Benedict, no coffee machines sputtering awake, and certainly no avocado toast. You sit down, or squat, near the fire to a wooden bowl of something that looks like it was scraped off a muddy boot. Welcome to your daily ration of pottage. Pottage is a thick, gloopy stew made of whatever you can find. Grains, root vegetables, maybe a few beans if you're lucky. It's been simmering in the same pot for days, sometimes weeks, and new ingredients are just dumped on top of the old ones. It's less of a recipe and more of an ongoing edible experiment. On the side, a hunk of bread so hard it could deflect arrows. It's made from coarse rye or barley flour, often bulked up with sawdust, ground up acorns, or other creative ingredients, because wheat is a rich man's fantasy. This loaf is not your friend. You don't slice it, you negotiate with it. What about drinks? You're not sipping orange juice or an oat milk latte, you're drinking beer. Yes, beer. Why? Because the water is teeming with parasites and filth. So you start your day with weak ale, low alcohol, high survivability. Kids drink it too. No one's happy about it, but at least it won't kill you immediately. Want some meat or cheese? Dream on. That's for Sundays and saints' feast days, and only if your lord is feeling generous. Most peasants don't eat meat more than a few times a year. As for fresh fruit, only when it's in season and not already fermented into wine. And don't even think about spices unless you're royalty. A pinch of pepper costs more than your monthly wages. Salt is valuable enough to be locked away. So you chew your gritty bread, gulp your medieval beer, and try not to think about the rat that may have nibbled your porridge in the night. Breakfast doesn't energize you. It just happens to you. And now that you're properly underfed, it's time to work like your life depends on it, because it absolutely does. So you've eaten your sad medieval breakfast, and now it's time to get dressed. Not that it'll help. Your wardrobe consists of exactly one outfit. One. It's a rough wool tunic or linen shift that you've worn every day for months, possibly years. There is no such thing as seasonal fashion. There's just wear this until it disintegrates or gives you a fungal infection. Underwear? Optional. If you're lucky, maybe a linen undertunic. If you're not, well, you're going commando under layers of scratchy, sweaty wool, all lovingly stitched together by someone who probably had no idea what a seam was supposed to look like. There's also no washing machine, no soap, and absolutely no dry cleaner in sight. So your clothes are stained, stiff, and smelt like a compost pile that's been left to marinate in a pigsty. Even if you wanted to wash them, it's not easy. You'd have to haul water from a river or well, heat it over a fire, scrub your tunic on a board with ashes or lye, and hang it in the sun, which is out approximately 3 days a year. And don't get me started on shoes. If you own any, they're made of untreated leather, barely stitched together, and offer as much arc support as a banana peel. Most peasants just go barefoot, through mud, through dung, through medieval landmines, aka sharp rocks and disease puddles. All this means one thing. Your skin hates you. You itch constantly. Fleas, lice, and bedbugs live rent-free on your body. Everyone has them. Nobles, lousy monks, itchy children, walking insect farms. No one escapes. You'll be scratching your armpit with a wooden spoon while chatting with the local priest, and no one will even bat an eye. Your skin is raw from rubbing, your scalp a battlefield of bites. And if you develop a rash, well, too bad. There's no dermatologist, no hydrocortisone, no one to tell you it's probably scabies. You just keep on suffering. And if you're lucky enough not to get an infection, great. That rash will simply accompany you for the next 6 months like an unwanted medieval sidekick. Now that you're fully dressed in itches and damp wool, it's time to flash that morning smile.
Except you don't. Because in the Middle Ages, smiling is a dangerous game. Not emotionally, dentally. There's no toothbrush, no toothpaste, no mouthwash, no floss. The concept of oral hygiene is about as popular as bathing, which is to say, not very. Some people might chew on a twig or rinse with wine or vinegar, but for the most part, your teeth are on their own. And they're not doing well. By the time you hit your mid-20s, your smile looks like something pulled from a haunted crypt. Cavities are rampant, gums are swollen, and those aren't just food stains on your teeth. That's decay. You have more rot in your mouth than a medieval root cellar. Sugar, while not yet everywhere, is becoming more common among the rich. Imported at great cost, mostly used in small cakes or to show off wealth. If you're a noble, congratulations. You get to rot your teeth faster than the peasants. If you're poor, you'll do it slowly over time with fermented bread, gritty porridge, and years of hard chewing. Toothaches? Get used to them. They're like medieval weather, always there in the background. The kind of pain that makes you consider praying, drinking, or pulling the tooth out yourself with a pair of pliers. And that's not a joke. That was the actual treatment. Dentists didn't really exist, but barber surgeons did. Yes, the same guy who cuts your hair is also pulling your molars out by candlelight with an iron hook and zero anesthesia. Infected tooth? Hope you like fevers, because without antibiotics, it can easily turn into sepsis and kill you from a toothache. That's right, the same thing that sends us to a pharmacy today could be your funeral in the 1300s. And there's no relief on the social front either. Kissing? Good luck. Halitosis, bad breath, is everywhere. If you're single, you're not judged by your smile. You're judged by your land and your livestock. In short, your mouth is a battlefield, and it's losing the war.
Now that your teeth are throbbing, let's head outside. Because your real job, the one that will break your back, is just getting started. Time to head to work. Except there's no office, no desk, no coffee break, and no chance of promotion. Your job, if you're like 90% of the population, is simple. Don't die while laboring for someone else's comfort. You're a peasant. Congratulations. That means you work the land that belongs to a lord who probably doesn't remember your name. You rise with the sun and stop only when it disappears behind the trees. Your tools? A wooden hoe, a rusty sickle, and whatever bones are still intact in your body. There's no weekend, there's no clocking out. There's only sunrise to sunset 6 days a week. Sunday is off, but only if you're harvesting, fighting off raiders, or praying feverishly for your infected toe to stop turning black. The work is brutal. Fields are plowed by hand, or with oxen if you're rich enough to afford one. You dig ditches, sow seeds, pull weeds, and carry water until your spine begins to resemble the letter S. No one cares if you're tired. No one's asking how your mental health is doing. If you're a woman, surprise, you don't just do field work. You also care for children, clean, cook, spin wool, feed animals, and pretend your husband's lice infestation isn't slowly migrating to your side of the bed. Children? They start helping out around age 5. No school, no toys, just a tiny wooden rake and a dream of one day not dying of the flu. And if you're one of the few who isn't a farmer, maybe you're a blacksmith, a tanner, or a cooper, great. You still work with fire, chemicals, or animal guts all day in poorly ventilated sheds. The pay? Basically survival. The perks? Occasional bleeding. Break a bone? Too bad. Get a fever, drink some warm beer, and keep going. You can't afford to stop, not even for a day. Because if you don't work, you don't eat. And if you don't eat, well, medieval Europe has a solution for that. It's called being replaced. So you grip your shovel, ignore the blisters, and keep digging. Because in the Middle Ages, your job isn't a career. It's a slow-motion endurance test. Now that your back is on fire from laboring in the fields, let's talk about the weather. Because in the Middle Ages, temperature is less about seasons and more about ongoing punishment from the sky.
Let's start with winter. There's no insulation, no central heating, and no weathering. Just wooden walls with gaps you could throw a chicken through. Your windows? Covered with cloth, not glass. The fire in the hearth, nice in theory, but you don't have enough wood fire to keep it going because wood is expensive and gathering it from the forest is sometimes illegal. Yes, you can be executed for picking up the wrong stick from the wrong forest. You bundle up in your one damp wool tunic, huddle near the dying embers, and still wake up with your nose frozen. Your feet? Permanently cold, often damp. Your fingers? So stiff they feel like tiny medieval popsicles. Frostbite isn't diagnosed, it's just called bad luck. Now fast forward to summer. Sounds better, right? Wrong. In summer, your home turns into a clay oven. There's no fan, no cross breeze, and absolutely no deodorant. You sweat through your layers, but you can't remove them because showing too much skin is scandalous and also invites sunburn, insect bites, and social judgment. The flies are out in full force, attracted to your unwashed body and the smell of last week's goat stew that's still fermenting in the corner. Mosquitoes buzz by your ear while you sleep, assuming you can sleep through the sound of your neighbors yelling and babies crying. In the fields, the sun bakes you. No sunblock, no hat, unless you fashioned one out of straw like some desperate scarecrow. And the worst part? You still have to work. Heat stroke is just called taking a bad turn. So you're either shivering in your own hovel, wondering if your toes will make it to spring, or you're sweating through your only pair of socks while your thighs chafe into oblivion. And the one thing that never changes, no matter the season, your clothes still itch, your food is still terrible, and your next job is still waiting. Welcome to climate control, medieval style. There is none. Feeling thirsty? Need to freshen up? Want to splash a little water on your face to wake up from this damp fever dream of a life? Too bad. In medieval times, water isn't your friend. It's trying to murder you. Quietly. Let's start with drinking. The nearby stream looks fresh, bubbling and clear like something out of a fantasy movie. But spoiler alert, it's not. Upstream, someone just dumped a chamber pot into it. And if not that, then a dead pig is probably decomposing in it. Parasites, bacteria, and the entire microbial army of medieval Europe await in every sip. That's why people drink beer. Yes, beer. Even children. But before you imagine medieval kids doing keg stands, understand that it was small beer, weak in alcohol, strong in survival. Brewing boiled the water, so it was safer than whatever flowed through the town ditch. Wine was another option, if you were rich enough to afford it and unconcerned with functioning properly before noon. What about bathing? Surely water was used for cleaning. In theory, yes. In practice, absolutely not. See, back then, people believed bathing actually opened your pores and let the disease in. That's right. Washing yourself was considered medically risky. You were cleaner, apparently, if you never removed the protective layer of filth caked onto your skin. Communal bathhouses did exist, but they quickly gained reputations as places for gossip, scandal, and sometimes full-on medieval extracurriculars. So naturally, the church got involved and shut many down. Even if you did want to bathe, it was a full production. You'd need to fetch water from the well, boil it over a fire, fill a wooden tub that leaked, and then pray no one else in the house used it before you, or worse, after. And rainwater? Collected in open barrels where birds poop, insects breed, and moss thrives. Sounds refreshing, doesn't it? So whether it's going in your mouth, on your body, or onto your crops, water in the Middle Ages is less of a life source and more of a gamble. One wrong gulp, and you're spending your final days sweating in a straw bed, clutching your stomach and contemplating all your life choices. Next time you sip tap water, raise a glass for our ancestors.
They didn't have the luxury of hydration without hazard. So you drank the water. Or maybe you didn't. Maybe you just stubbed your toe on a rock shaped like disappointment. Either way, you're sick. You need help. You need a doctor. Too bad you live in the Middle Ages, where medicine is really just polite torture with a theology degree. Let's start with a diagnosis. Everything wrong with you, whether it's a cough, rash, broken bone, or the creeping plague, is caused by your humors being out of balance. The four humors were blood,
phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to medieval science, your health depends on keeping them balanced, like some sort of internal soup. Got a fever? Too much blood. The answer? Bloodletting. That's right. Let's drain your life force into a bowl using a dull blade or a hungry leech. And yes, barbers were often doing it. Imagine getting a haircut and a hemoglobin extraction in one sitting. 2 for 1, baby. Feeling sad or anxious? That's clearly in excess of black bile. The cure? Laxatives. Maybe a warm herbal purge or just prayers and a cold compress, while everyone avoids eye contact with you and starts carving your coffin. Now, if you break a bone or get a nasty wound, you're in real trouble. There's no anesthesia unless you count passing out from pain. Surgery is done with knives that haven't been cleaned since the Crusades. Tools are heated over fire, not for sterilization, but because they just look scarier that way. Antibiotics, centuries away. Germ theory, not invented yet. They think disease comes from bad air or God being annoyed with your moral failings. Got a stomach ache? Must have been your sinful thoughts. Hope you like confessing while vomiting. If your condition gets worse, you'll be treated with more leeches, possibly some crushed beetles, and a priest at your bedside giving last rites, just in case. At this point, they're preparing for the cure known as death. And if by some miracle you recover, everyone just assumes God took pity on you, the doctor takes full credit, and the leech gets promoted. So yes, in the Middle Ages, medicine is less about healing and more about surviving the cure. After a long day of labor, lice, and leeches, it's finally time to eat. You shuffle back to your hovel, stomach growling, ready for the one joy left in life, a warm meal. Bad news. Your meal is probably trying to kill you. Let's begin with the basics. Food preservation doesn't really exist. There's no fridge, no freezer, just salt, smoke, or the hope that winter air keeps things fresh. Your meat, if you're lucky enough to have any, has been hanging for days, covered in flies, marinated in questionable brine, and possibly shared with a rat or two. Bread is the cornerstone of the medieval diet, but even that isn't safe. In bad harvest years, desperate peasants bulk it up with bark, sawdust, or even clay to make it stretch. And if it's rye season, there's a bonus: ergot, a fungus that causes convulsions, hallucinations, and sometimes death. It's like eating bread laced with LSD and tetanus. Vegetables? Only if they're in the season. And you know what's always in season? Turnips. So many turnips. Boiled, mashed, or floating in pottage, which, if you remember from earlier, is basically a hot swamp of mystery ingredients that's been simmering since your great-grandfather's funeral. Fruit might be available in the fall, but it rots quickly, and sugar is rare, expensive, and hoarded by the rich to show off their blackened teeth. Dairy? Another gamble. Fresh milk spoils in hours. Butter and cheese fare better, but they're loaded with bacteria. People eat them anyway because, frankly, it's either that or chew your boot leather. And let's talk about seasoning. Spices like pepper, cinnamon, or nutmeg worth more than gold. For the average peasant, flavor comes from onions, salt if you're lucky, and pain. Most meals taste like wet burlap sprinkled with sadness. But food isn't just a health hazard. It's a political one. Game animals belong to the Lord, not you. Caught poaching a rabbit, you could be fined, imprisoned, or even executed. That's right, your dinner could get you hanged. So as you sit down to eat your gray stew by flickering firelight, remember, every bite is a risk. But you eat anyway, because in the Middle Ages, food doesn't nourish. It tests you. You've worked, suffered, and barely digested your suspicious stew. You might think the day is winding down, but don't get too relaxed, because God is watching.
So is the priest. And so is your neighbor Agnes, who will absolutely rat you out if you miss Mass. In medieval Europe, religion isn't just part of life. It is life. The church controls your calendar, your laws, your education, if you can read, your birth, marriage, death, and everything in between. Think of it as your spiritual landlord, and you're always behind on rent. Every day is structured around prayer bells. The town church bell rings in the morning, noon, and night. Not because people need reminders, but because missing prayer is a sin. Forget to bow? Sin. Eat meat on a Friday? Sin. Think about your neighbor's wife and that one dream? Double sin. And yes, hell is very real. Vividly real. Priests describe it in glorious detail. Rivers of fire, lakes of boiling blood, demons with pitchforks, and eternal wailing. If the plague doesn't scare you, eternal damnation definitely will. You can't read the Bible yourself because it's written in Latin, a language reserved for monks, clergy, and that one noble kid who's too good for dirt. You rely on the church to interpret everything for you. That means if the priest says your crop failure is because you didn't pray hard enough, well, time to kneel harder. Tithes, a tenth of everything you own, are mandatory. If you grow wheat, you give wheat. If you raise chickens, you give eggs. If you have nothing, congratulations, you are spiritually bankrupt and financially doomed. Holidays? They're holy days, dozens of them. And while they offer breaks from labor, they're not for fun. Therefore, attending Mass, fasting, confessing sins, and reminding yourself that joy is a dangerous indulgence. Questioning the church is dangerous. Heretics are burned, witches are drowned, blasphemers are flogged, and skeptics are quickly reformed. So you go through the motions. You chant, you bow, you pray that your soul, after enduring this dirt-covered life, might finally land in paradise, assuming the priest likes you. Because in the Middle Ages, God may be merciful, but the church, not so much. If you thought being a medieval peasant was rough, try doing it as a woman. All the filth, famine, and fear, plus childbirth, subservience, and social invisibility. In the Middle Ages, being a woman is like playing life on hard mode, with no health potions and no restart button. From birth, a girl's life path is pretty much locked in. Marry young, bear children, serve your husband, die tired. Education? Not likely. Unless you're from a noble family and sent to a convent, your intellectual development stops around the time you learn how to churn butter and patch a tunic. Marriage happens early. Really early. It's not weird to be betrothed at 12 and pregnant by 14. It's not about love, it's about land, livestock, and alliances. Your opinion? Not required. Once married, you're basically your husband's property. Your job is to produce heirs, feed everyone, keep the house running, and not complain. Because complaining might get you branded a nag, or worse, a witch. That label comes with a complimentary drowning or burning, depending on local fashion. Childbirth is a death lottery. There's no prenatal care, no sterile tools, no anesthesia. Midwives do their best, but even minor complications can mean death for the mother, the child, or both. Some women survive 10 pregnancies. Many don't survive 2. But don't worry, once the baby's out, your work increases. Now you have a screaming infant in a lice-ridden hut, and you're expected to nurse, cook, clean, and still help in the fields. You don't get a break. You are the break for everyone else. If you're unmarried, you're suspicious. If you're widowed, you're vulnerable. If you're outspoken, you're dangerous. Women who didn't conform were often accused of witchcraft, especially if they had herbal knowledge, a strong personality, or just looked at someone funny on a rainy Tuesday. Even in the church, your role is limited. Nuns lived under strict rules, no speaking without permission, no freedom of movement, and your spiritual worth always ranked below men. In short, If you're a woman in the Middle Ages, you're expected to endure, obey, reproduce, and suffer in silence, ideally while smiling. Because even in a time of universal suffering, women were somehow expected to suffer gracefully.
So far, you've battled filth, starvation, social injustice, and possibly a goat. But just when you think your day can't get any worse, here comes violence. Loud, bloody, and often completely acceptable by medieval standards. Let's be clear, the Middle Ages were not peaceful. The idea of law and order mostly meant hoping the local lord wasn't in a bad mood. Violence is everywhere. In the home, in the streets, on the battlefield, in church disputes, and sometimes in line at the communal bread oven. Crime is common, punishment is brutal, and justice is more performance art than protection. Steal a loaf of bread, you could lose a hand. Accused of lying, your tongue might get pierced. Gossip too much, meet the scold's bridle. A metal mask strapped to your head with a bar in your mouth. For correction, of course. Let's say you're accused of something serious. Heresy, theft, witchcraft. How do you prove your innocence? By being tortured, obviously. Welcome to trial by ordeal. One version, you stick your hand in boiling water to retrieve a stone. If it heals without infection, you're innocent. If not, guilty. Another option, you're tossed into a river. Sink? Innocent. And probably dead. Float? Guilty. And punished anyway. It's like a medieval game show where the prize is survival, and the host is actively rooting against you. If you're sentenced to death, that's a public event. Executions are performed in front of cheering crowds. Hangings, beheadings, burnings. Sometimes people bring snacks. It's the medieval equivalent of cable TV. Domestic violence? Completely normal. Husbands were allowed, even expected, to discipline wives and children. Street fights? Commonplace. You could be beaten just for looking the wrong way at a noble's horse. And war? Always simmering. Local feuds, territorial disputes, religious crusades. Someone's always marching off to stab someone else in the name of honor, God, or boredom. Violence isn't a breakdown of society in the Middle Ages. It is society. Everyone lives with the constant knowledge that life is fragile, justice is arbitrary, and your neighbor might bash your head in over a pig. So walk carefully, keep your eyes down, and never trust anyone with a club. At this point, you've made it through the lice, the leeches, the laundryless misery, and the looming threat of public disembowelment. But now comes the final chapter of most medieval lives, an early and unglamorous death. If you're alive and still breathing past the age of 40, you're practically a celebrity. You might even be referred to as the Old One, which is less of a nickname and more of a statistical miracle. Let's break it down. The average life expectancy hovers around 30 to 40 years, but that number is dragged down heavily by infant mortality. Nearly half of all children died before reaching age 5. Disease, malnutrition, or one bad winter was all it took. No vaccines, no antibiotics, no hope. If you survived childhood, you entered adulthood already exhausted. Work began as soon as you could walk upright, and by your mid-20s, your joints creaked like a monastery door. You might be missing several teeth, a finger, and most of your original optimism. Women faced a particularly deadly gauntlet: childbirth. It was one of the leading causes of death for medieval women. No pain relief, no medical intervention. Just prayer, hot water, and someone holding your hand while you bled out on a straw-stuffed cot. For men, the dangers were different but equally relentless.
farming accidents, infections from minor wounds, a neighbor's drunken rage, a crusade gone sideways. Even walking to the market could be risky if you crossed paths with a bored bandit or an angry tax collector. Death could also come quietly, from the plague, which turned cities into cemeteries overnight, from famine, which could last entire seasons, thinning out entire villages, or from bad luck, like eating spoiled grain and spending your final hours hallucinating and screaming at the walls. And funerals? You were lucky if you got one. Bodies were often buried quickly to avoid disease. No embalming, no polished coffins, just a hole, a few murmured prayers, and a shallow mound of earth if there was enough space left in the churchyard. So yes, in medieval times, life was brutal, short, and constantly under siege by death in all its casual forms. You didn't retire, you just stopped showing up. And speaking of exits, let's move on to your final chapter. The medieval dream dies. So how's your day been? You've woken up in filth, relieved yourself into a bucket, brushed your teeth with wishful thinking, nearly passed out from hunger, worked until your spine cried for mercy, scratched your way through itchy wool, prayed to not get plague, and barely dodged a public execution for owning a squirrel. Welcome to a single day in medieval Europe. Still dreaming of becoming a knight? Think again. That romanticized version of the Middle Ages, gallant swordsmen, noble ladies in towers, heroic battles, and feasts in candlelit great halls, it's a myth, polished by fairy tales and fantasy books. In truth, the medieval world was gritty, cruel, and deeply unfair. Hierarchy was everything. If you were born poor, you stayed poor. If you were born rich, congratulations, you had a better chance of surviving. But you were still one bad soup away from dysentery and a hasty burial. Even the nobles weren't immune to misery. Castles were drafty stone refrigerators filled with fleas, smoke, and politically motivated marriages. Sure, you had a fur cloak and a goblet of wine, but also a 50% chance of dying in a skirmish or from an infected splinter. Not exactly luxury. The simpler times weren't simple. They were relentless. Everything took longer. Everything hurt more. Everything from childbirth to chewing came with consequences. Life was survival, not leisure. And if you did find a quiet moment to think, to dream, to imagine something better, there wasn't much you could do with it. No upward mobility, no modern medicine, no internet to Google, "What's this weird rash?" You lived, suffered, worked, and died within a 10-mile radius of where you were born. But here's the wildest part. Through all of this, people still laughed, sang songs, told stories, fell in love, and found meaning. Not because life was easy, but because humans are stubborn like that. Even in the darkest chapters, they made space for light. So tonight, when you slip into your clean bed with indoor plumbing, antibiotics, and central heating, maybe say a quiet thank you to the modern world and to your ancestors who fought rats, famine, and feudalism so you wouldn't have to.
She was born a nobody, a teenage girl with no throne, no army, and no claim to power. But through cunning, vision, and ruthless brilliance, she didn't just survive the Russian court, she conquered it. This is the extraordinary rise of Catherine the Great, one of the most powerful women in history.
Long before she was Catherine the Great, Empress of all Russia, mistress of reform and icon of ambition, she was simply Sophie. Born Sophie Friedricha Augusta von Anhalt-Zerbst in 1729, she was the daughter of a relatively obscure German princely family. Her tiny duchy in Pomerania offered little in terms of power. But Sophie herself, she had something no title could provide. Razor-sharp intelligence, relentless charm, and a quiet, burning hunger for greatness. Her upbringing was strict. Her mother Johanna was cold and calculating, not a warm, nurturing figure, but a social climber obsessed with status. Her father, a Prussian officer, was more distant than disciplinarian. From a young age, Sophie learned to walk the fine line between obedience and cunning. She read voraciously, spoke multiple languages, and learned how to observe a room before speaking in it, skills that would soon become survival tools in one of Europe's most brutal courts. When Empress Elizabeth Petrovna began searching for a wife for her heir, Grand Duke Peter, she looked beyond Russia's borders. Peter himself was of German descent, and Empress Elizabeth believed a foreign bride, pliable and grateful, would be easier to control. Sophie fit the bill perfectly. Noble blood, Lutheran faith, which she'd have to abandon, and a reputation for both grace and humility. At just 14 years old, Sophie was summoned to Russia. She arrived in the freezing capital of St. Petersburg wearing thin German fabrics and a diplomatic smile. Her mother pushed her forward like a chess piece. Sophie, however, had her own game in mind. To become acceptable in Russian society, she converted to Orthodoxy, taking the name Ekaterina Alexeyevna.
The ceremony was public, symbolic, and life-altering. She wasn't just changing religions, she was burning the bridge behind her, stepping into a foreign empire with no way back. No one watching that quiet teenage girl in a fur-trimmed coat could have predicted what would come next. Betrayal, revolution, enlightenment, and empire. But from the moment Sophie stepped foot in the Russian court, she stopped being a pawn and began planning how to become a queen. Catherine's marriage to Grand Duke Peter was meant to secure her place in Russian royalty, but from the very beginning it felt more like a cage than a crown. Peter, heir to the Russian throne, was not the dashing prince of fairy tales. Awkward, immature, and obsessed with toy soldiers, he was far more interested in playing war games in his chambers than governing an empire or showing affection to his new wife. Some accounts even suggest he refused to consummate the marriage for years. He idolized Frederick the Great of Prussia and resented the Russian court that had adopted him. In contrast, Catherine embraced Russia with fierce determination. She learned the language, studied its history, and memorized Orthodox rituals. She wanted to belong. Peter wanted to escape. This mismatch wasn't just emotional, it was political. The Russian court was a viper's nest of gossip, paranoia, and brutal power games. Empress Elizabeth still ruled with absolute authority, but her health was in decline. Everyone knew a transition was coming, and everyone had an agenda. Catherine was watched constantly. Her letters were read, her friendships monitored, and her every move scrutinized. She couldn't trust her husband, her mother, who was still whispering in her ear on behalf of foreign interests, or even her servants. In this world, alliances could turn into accusations overnight. But Catherine was no fool. She learned to play the court's games quietly, cultivating allies in the shadows. She charmed military officers, made friends with scholars, and developed a reputation for dignity and restraint, a stark contrast to her husband's childish tantrums and open contempt for Russian traditions. Behind closed doors, Catherine began reading Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire and Montesquieu. While others saw her as a young consort, she was building a vision, not just for herself, but for Russia, a nation of strength, education, and reason. But there was one problem. The longer Peter lived, the longer Catherine remained in limbo, a powerless wife to a man unfit to rule. So she waited, observed, planned. She knew the Russian throne wouldn't be inherited. It would have to be taken. After nearly 20 years of waiting, watching, and quietly maneuvering, Catherine saw her moment and seized it with breathtaking precision. Empress Elizabeth had died, and Peter, now Peter III, was Tsar. But his reign began unraveling almost immediately. In just a few short months, Peter alienated the church, offended the nobility, insulted the army, and lavished praise on Prussia, Russia's longtime enemy.
He reversed key policies, humiliated the clergy, and talked openly about divorcing Catherine to marry his mistress. The court, already wary of his erratic behavior, turned cold. The army, filled with generals loyal to Catherine, grumbled in corridors. Even ordinary Russians, devout and patriotic, saw Peter as a foreign puppet who mocked their traditions. Catherine, watching all of this unfold, made her move. While Peter was away at his summer palace, Catherine launched a bloodless coup d'etat. Supported by key military officers, including her lover Grigory Orlov and his influential brothers, she rode through St. Petersburg in full regalia, was proclaimed Empress Catherine II, and won the allegiance of the powerful Imperial Guard. Peter, caught off guard and without allies, surrendered within days. He was taken into custody and shortly after found dead under mysterious circumstances. Officially, it was reported as a hemorrhoidal colic. Unofficially, it was murder. Catherine was now empress, not by birth, not by marriage, but by will, wit, and audacity.
It was unprecedented. A foreign-born woman with no legitimate claim had taken the Russian throne without a single battle. But her real challenge was just beginning. She had to transform that bold grab for power into a lasting legacy. Would Russia accept her? Would the nobility respect her? Could she hold the empire together without falling victim to the same fate as her husband? Catherine understood that power gained through intrigue could be lost just as easily. She needed to rule not as a schemer, but as a visionary. And so began her transformation from a careful conspirator to a reforming empress, one who would redraw borders, embrace the Enlightenment, and redefine what it meant to be a woman in power. Once Catherine had the crown, she could have rested on her power. But she didn't. She had something bigger in mind than simply sitting on a throne. She wanted to transform Russia, not just militarily or politically, but intellectually. While Peter had worshipped Frederick the Great and toy soldiers, Catherine idolized Voltaire, Diderot, and the bold thinkers of the Enlightenment. She believed in reason, progress, education, and the role of a monarch as a servant of the people, even if she herself ruled with absolute authority. Catherine didn't just read Enlightenment philosophy, she lived it. She corresponded directly with Voltaire for over 15 years, flattering him while defending her autocracy. She invited Diderot to her court and even purchased his entire library to support him financially. Behind closed doors, she pored over legal texts, debated reforms, and crafted policies to modernize the empire. Her early reign was filled with efforts to codify Russian law. She formed the Legislative Commission, an ambitious project intended to rewrite the entire legal code of Russia. Catherine's own nakaz, or instruction, was a political manifesto in disguise, one that spoke of equality before the law, the dangers of torture, and the responsibility of rulers to serve the common good. For an empress in 18th century Russia, it was radical. But Enlightenment ideals had to survive the realities of Russia, a vast, feudal, deeply conservative land ruled by nobles who liked their serfs exactly where they were, beneath them. Catherine knew this. While she advocated reform, she moved carefully. She abolished some forms of torture, expanded access to secular education, and built schools and libraries. But she also reaffirmed the nobility's control over their serfs to keep them loyal. This was Catherine's balancing act. A philosopher queen in public, a practical empress in private. She walked a tightrope between ideology and survival, between the shining salons of Paris and the gritty politics of Moscow. Her vision for Russia was bold, but always calculated. In many ways, Catherine wasn't trying to make Russia European. She was trying to make Russia modern, on her terms. And that meant reform, yes, but with an iron hand in a velvet glove. Catherine wasn't content with reforming Russia from within. She wanted to expand it outward, to make it an empire worthy of fear, admiration, and envy. Where Peter the Great had opened a window to the west,
Catherine aimed to knock down the walls. Under her leadership, Russia's borders stretched wider than ever before. She waged wars not just for defending her crown, but to reshape the map of Europe. One of her most significant campaigns was against the Ottoman Empire. These wars weren't just about territory. They were about influence. Catherine saw herself as the liberator of Orthodox Christians living under Muslim rule, and as the rightful protector of Eastern Europe. Under generals like Alexander Suvorov and Grigory Potemkin, Russia captured key regions including Crimea, the northern coast of the Black Sea, and access to warm water ports, something Russian czars had coveted for generations. These victories weren't just military, they were symbolic. With each conquest, Catherine sent a message. Russia was no longer the distant, backward cousin of Europe. It was a continental force. She also turned her gaze westward. In a series of deals and diplomatic maneuvers, Catherine participated in the partitions of Poland, carving up the struggling Polish.
By the end of the Third Partition, in 1795, Poland was erased from the map, and Russia claimed vast new lands and millions of new subjects. But Catherine didn't just conquer with armies, she also colonized with ideas. New cities were built, trade routes were expanded, German settlers were invited to cultivate Russian farmland. The empire became a mosaic from the icy Baltic to the sun-drenched shores of the Black Sea. And through it all, Catherine remained the central force, reading reports, issuing orders, and personally overseeing the shape of her expanding empire. Critics would accuse her of being power-hungry, even imperialistic. But to Catherine, expansion wasn't ambition, it was destiny. A great ruler, she believed, was measured not just by ideas, but by borders. She didn't just want to rule Russia, she wanted to remake it as a civilized empire, feared by its enemies, respected by its peers, and loyal to her alone. For all her brilliance and power, Catherine the Great was just as famous for what went on behind palace doors. And no, not all of it was whispered in libraries. Catherine's private life became one of the most talked about aspects of her reign. She had lovers, not just one or two, but a carefully curated parade of them. Many decades younger, often handsome, and sometimes politically influential. She didn't hide them. In fact, she often rewarded them with titles, estates, and pensions if they behaved well. If not, they were quietly dismissed, sometimes with a polite thank you and a promotion. Among the most important of these lovers was Grigory Potemkin, a man as brilliant as he was bold. Their relationship blurred the lines between romance, politics, and partnership. Some historians believe they may have even married in secret. Together, they shaped military campaigns, colonization projects, and the transformation of southern Russia. Potemkin wasn't just a lover, he was her co-ruler in many ways. Still, Europe couldn't look past the scandal. Gossip swirled. Satirical pamphlets painted her as lustful, insatiable, even unhinged. And after her death, the rumors only got worse. The most infamous being the completely false and grotesque tale involving a horse, spread by her enemies to smear her legacy. But why the obsession? Simple. Catherine was a woman who wielded power unapologetically. And in a world where female rulers were expected to be either saintly virgins or tragic figures, she refused to play the role. She lived, loved, and ruled on her own terms. And that made her dangerous. Ironically, while her critics painted her as immoral, Catherine herself was deeply philosophical about love and sexuality. She believed pleasure was a natural part of life, and that personal relationships didn't have to threaten public responsibility. She separated emotion from governance, a feat few male rulers managed. In reality, her liaisons were often strategic. She surrounded herself with men who were loyal, capable, and politically useful. And when they ceased to be, she let them go, usually with a smile and a generous retirement.
Catherine's love life didn't weaken her rule. It was part of her strategy, a blend of passion and power that made her unforgettable, envied, and feared.
This wasn't a foreign war she could win with cavalry entreaties. This was a revolt from within, her own people rising against the system she ruled. But Catherine didn't panic. She acted. She dispatched professional military forces to crush the rebellion ruthlessly. Pugachev's forces were defeated. He was captured, displayed in an iron cage, and eventually beheaded in Moscow, a public warning to all who dared follow. Afterward, Catherine doubled down on order and control. Her dreams of liberating the serfs quietly faded into silence. The rebellion had shown her the limits of enlightenment, in a country still shackled by feudalism. She now leaned harder on the nobility, who offered loyalty in exchange for absolute control over their serfs. This was a turning point. The empress who once quoted Voltaire now prioritized stability over philosophy. Reform became cautious. Surveillance increased. Rebellion, even whispered, was to be stomped out before it had breath. Pugachev may have lost his head, but he left behind a warning that haunted Catherine. That power built on inequality could only hold so long before the storm came crashing through. By the time Catherine the Great approached the final years of her life, she had ruled Russia for over 3 decades, longer than any female ruler in Russian history. From the moment she seized power, she had defied expectations, reshaped her empire, and redefined what a woman and a monarch could be. Under Catherine's reign, Russia became a true European powerhouse. Its territory expanded by over 200,000 square miles, swallowing Crimea, parts of Poland, and stretches of the Black Sea coast. These weren't just military wins. They were strategic pivots securing warm water ports and reshaping trade. But her legacy wasn't just drawn on maps. Catherine left a cultural mark as well. She helped found the Hermitage Museum, amassed one of the greatest art collections in Europe, and corresponded with the greatest minds of the Enlightenment. Her court became a center of sophistication, art, and intellectual ambition. In a country often viewed as backward by Western Europeans, Catherine put Russia firmly on the cultural map. She modernized education, founded schools for girls, and promoted the printing of books. She introduced smallpox inoculation to Russia, even publicly receiving the vaccine herself, an act of scientific bravery in her time. Yet her reign was also one of contradictions. While she admired Enlightenment ideals, she never freed the serfs. In fact, she extended serfdom deeper into Russia's territories. Her reforms, while impressive, remained mostly top-down, designed to polish the empire without truly transforming its foundations. Still, Catherine's rule brought stability and ambition. She understood that power was not inherited, it was crafted, managed, and constantly defended. She ruled not by divine right, but by force of will, political brilliance, and relentless calculation. She was called many things: a usurper, a tyrant, a reformer, a seductress. But above all, she was effective. When she died, Russia was wealthier, larger, and more formidable than it had been in centuries. She left behind a throne secure, an empire expanded, and a legend that would endure for generations. Catherine didn't just reign, she ruled, with intellect, strategy, and an unapologetic grip on history. And in doing so, she became more than an empress. She became a myth. For all her power, expansion, and enduring legacy, Catherine the Great was still, at her core, a woman navigating a man's world, and reshaping it in her image. Behind the imperial portraits and state decrees was someone deeply aware of how precarious her position was. She was not born Russian. She came to the throne through a coup. She ruled an empire that didn't want a woman in charge. And yet, she not only endured, she thrived. Catherine was never content to be ornamental. She read constantly, wrote endlessly, and never stopped learning. Her daily schedule was intense. Hours of reading reports, corresponding with foreign powers, editing state papers, and managing a court filled with rival factions. She wasn't content to simply sit on the throne. She worked the throne like a stateswoman born to it. She was also, in many ways, lonely.
She surrounded herself with courtiers, lovers, and artists.
yet wrote in her memoirs of how few people she could truly trust. Her son Paul, whom she distrusted and kept away from state matters, grew into a man she feared would undo all her progress. Her greatest emotional partnership with Gregory Potemkin faded into deep friendship, but his death in 1791 left a wound that never truly healed. Catherine crafted her image carefully. She understood the power of narrative and wielded it better than most monarchs of her age. She posed as Mother of Russia, enlightened monarch, warrior empress, and lover of the arts. But beneath those roles was a woman who had endured rejection, betrayal, scandal, and rebellion, and kept going. When she died in 1796, she left behind an empire transformed, but also questions. Could she have done more to end serfdom? Were her Enlightenment ideals compromised by politics? Was she more reformer or ruler? History remembers her by the title she never gave herself, the Great. It wasn't because she was flawless or kind or just. It was because she took power and wielded it on her own terms in a time and place where women weren't supposed to have any. She didn't just wear the crown, she rewrote what it meant to deserve one.
Frida Kahlo was born on July 6, 1907, in the vibrant district of Coyoacán, then a village on the outskirts of Mexico City. Her childhood home, the Casa Azul, the Blue House, was filled with color, contradiction, and quiet strength. It would later become a sanctuary, a battleground, and a museum to one of the most iconic artists of the 20th century. Frida was the third of four daughters born to Guillermo Kahlo, a German-Hungarian photographer, and Matilda Calderón, a devout Catholic of indigenous and Spanish descent. Her parents were opposites. Guillermo was reserved and intellectual, Matilde religious and emotionally distant. Frida would inherit her father's introspection and artistic eye, but also her mother's fierce resilience. As a child, Frida was imaginative, outspoken, and bold. She read voraciously and asked questions most adults didn't want to answer. But at the age of 6, she contracted polio, which left her right leg thinner and weaker than the other, a physical difference she tried to mask with long skirts, but never allowed to limit her spirit. The illness left her bedridden for months and isolated from other children. During this time, she grew close to her father, who encouraged her to exercise, ride bicycles, and stay mentally sharp. Unlike most girls of her time, Frida didn't aspire to become a wife or a homemaker. Her goal was to become a doctor. She enrolled in the prestigious National Preparatory School in Mexico City at age 15, one of only a handful of girls accepted. There, she stood out not just for her intelligence, but for her rebellious wit, radical thinking, and unique sense of style. She joined a group of young intellectuals known as cachuchas, who debated philosophy, literature, and politics. Frida was drawn to revolution, to ideas that challenged tradition. But even in those early years, before the bus crash that would define her body and before the fame that would define her legacy, Frida Kahlo was already painting herself into the world with sharp edges, unapologetic ideas, and an identity too big to fit inside anyone else's expectations. She wasn't just growing up in Coyoacán. She was preparing to remake herself entirely. On September 17, 1925, Frida Kahlo's life was split in two: the girl she had been and the woman she was forced to become. That afternoon, she boarded a wooden bus with her boyfriend Alejandro Gomez Arias after school. They were laughing, teasing each other, and probably arguing. Frida never did anything halfway. But moments later, the bus collided with a streetcar, and in an instant, her future unraveled into pain, metal, and silence.
The crash was horrific. The streetcar crushed the bus against a wall, splintering wood and flinging passengers. Frida was impaled by an iron handrail. It entered her left hip and exited through her pelvis. Her spinal column fractured in 3 places. Her right leg shattered. Her foot dislocated. Her collarbone and ribs broke. Her shoulder was dislocated. Her abdomen was pierced.
She was just 18 years old. A man covered her with a borrowed overcoat. Someone else noticed her body was sparkling, not from blood but from the gold powder she had been carrying in a pouch. It had exploded on impact, dusting her broken form in what looked like glittering ash. Frida was taken to the Red Cross hospital and underwent numerous surgeries over the following months. She spent weeks in a body cast, flat on her back, immobile, writhing with infection and uncertainty. The future she'd imagined in becoming a doctor slipped further away with every passing day. But in that stillness, something began to stir. Her father gave her brushes. Her mother rigged a special easel to hang above her bed. A mirror was placed on the canopy so she could see herself. And there, lying in plaster and agony, Frida began to paint. First out of boredom, then out of obsession. Her first subjects were her own reflection, because she was all she had. But what emerged wasn't vanity, it was survival. The crash had broken her physically, but it had also opened a door into her own mind, her own body, and eventually into the surreal language of pain and identity that would define her art. The girl who wanted to heal others now began healing herself, one brush stroke at a time. As Frida Kahlo lay encased in plaster and steel, a body fighting itself with every breath, she began to paint. What started as a form of therapy soon became a language, and that language was deeply personal, brutally honest, and often hard to look at, which was precisely the point. Frida didn't paint pretty flowers or polite landscapes. She painted pain. Her pain. Physical, emotional, and existential. Her first subjects were self-portraits, not because she was vain, but because, as she famously said, "I paint myself because I'm so often alone, and because I am the subject I know best." Her early works were small in scale, painted on tin or wood panels, inspired by Mexican retablos, devotional paintings meant to tell stories of suffering and miracles. Frida turned this tradition inward. Her body became the canvas, her emotions became the altar. She painted herself as split, as pierced, as bleeding. In one painting, she is impaled by nails like a modern-day martyr. In another, she floats in a barren landscape tethered to a broken column, a metaphor for her shattered spine. She painted herself weeping, fractured, decapitated, and bare, but never passive, always watching.
Her pain was not sanitized. She painted the ugliness of trauma with beauty, defiance, and even humor. Each piece was a reclamation of her body, her experience, and her identity as a woman in a world that often tried to define her. But Frida wasn't just telling her story. She was inventing a new kind of visual narrative, one that blended Mexican folk art, surrealism, medical illustration, and symbolism. Her paintings became dreamlike autopsies of her soul, framed in color, culture, and myth. By the time she recovered enough to walk again, albeit painfully, Frida was no longer the girl who had wanted to be a doctor. She was an artist, and her art was unlike anything anyone had seen. She had taken the worst thing that had ever happened to her and turned it into a source of creation. Frida Kahlo didn't just paint her pain, she made the world look at it. And in doing so, she turned suffering into a sacred act of self-expression. Still recovering, still painting, and just 21 years old, Frida Kahlo met the man who would become the most profound and turbulent relationship of her life, Diego Rivera. He was 20 years her senior, already Mexico's most famous painter. Massive in stature and presence, Rivera was a giant of Mexican muralism, known for his sweeping, politically charged frescoes that told the story of the Mexican people. Frida had seen his work before. She admired it, but now she wanted his opinion of her work.
She brought her paintings to him at the Ministry of Education, interrupting his scaffolded work to ask bluntly, "Do I have talent?" Diego took one look and said, yes, and not just out of kindness. He recognized in her something rare, an unfiltered voice, raw and unpretentious, full of rage, irony, pain, and beauty. They began a relationship that was as consuming as it was creative. Frida once said, "I suffered 2 accidents in my life. One in which a streetcar knocked me down. The other was Diego." They married in 1929, an odd pairing to outsiders. Diego, massive, unfaithful, politically famous. Frida, sharp-tongued, fiercely independent, already walking with a cane. Her parents called it a marriage between an elephant and a dove. Their bond was passionate but chaotic. Diego supported her art and encouraged her growth as a painter, but he was also endlessly unfaithful, even with Frida's own sister, Christina. Frida was devastated, and in return, she took lovers of her own, both men and women, including rumored affairs with Leon Trotsky and painter Georgia O'Keeffe. They divorced in 1939, then remarried a year later with different terms. This time, Frida would keep her autonomy, her home, her money, her name. Their second marriage was less about traditional love and more about creative partnership and mutual understanding. Despite the betrayals and the heartbreak, Diego remained a constant force in Frida's life. He challenged her, he wounded her, but he also believed in her, as an artist, as a revolutionary, and as a woman who could redefine what painting could be. Together, they were not peaceful, but they were legendary. In the 1930s, Frida Kahlo followed Diego Rivera on a journey north to San Francisco, Detroit, and New York, as he completed high-profile mural commissions. These years abroad brought her face-to-face with American industrialism, wealth, and the contradictions of capitalism, and they left her with deep political discomfort. Frida was a proud Mexican nationalist, a committed communist, and an admirer of indigenous traditions. The opulence she witnessed in the United States, especially while the Great Depression ravaged much of the country, only deepened her sense of disillusionment. In letters home, she mocked the culture's materialism and obsession with appearances. She missed the grit, color, and contradiction of Mexico. While Diego painted enormous murals on factory walls, Frida began to paint smaller, quieter revolutions, deeply personal works on tin and canvas. Her style solidified, sharp, surreal, emotional, and intimate. It was during this time that she produced some of her most iconic self-portraits. Frida didn't just paint herself for vanity, she painted herself to survive. Her identity became her landscape. With her body constantly in pain from her accident, multiple surgeries, and a failed pregnancy in Detroit, she turned inward. Her portrait showed her bleeding, fragmented, exposed, yet her face was always calm, always direct, unapologetic. One of her most powerful works, Henry Ford Hospital, shows her lying on a hospital bed, crying, surrounded by floating symbols of loss, a fetus, a snail, medical equipment, a cracked pelvis. It was raw, graphic, and deeply emotional, a canvas that bled with truth. Back in Mexico, Frida followed Diego Rivera on a journey north to San Francisco, Detroit, and New York as he completed high-profile mural commissions. These years abroad brought her face-to-face with American industrialism, wealth, and the contradictions of capitalism, and they left her with deep political discomfort.
She and Diego welcomed Leon Trotsky into their home while he lived in exile. Frida wore Tijuana dresses, traditional indigenous garments, not just as fashion, but as a political and cultural statement. Her art was never disconnected from her beliefs. Her identity, her body, and her ideology all intertwined in her work. While Rivera was painting murals of revolution, Frida painted its human cost, the body in pieces, the mind on fire, and the self always staring back. In exile and in illness, she became not just a painter of pain, but a painter of resistance. When Frida Kahlo returned to Mexico, she was no longer just Diego Rivera's wife. She had become something else entirely, a force, an artist whose work radiated with raw honesty, surreal symbolism, and cultural identity. Back in her homeland, she stepped fully into herself. Her Casa Halzul in Coyoacan became a sanctuary of color and contradiction. Bright cobalt walls, yellow trim, Aztec statues in the garden, monkeys and parrots wandering freely. The house was a living extension of Frida's imagination. It was a blend of tradition and rebellion, elegance and earth. Here, she surrounded herself with pre-Columbian artifacts, ex-votos, folk art, and revolutionary books. She wore bold Tijuana dresses, wove flowers into her hair, and painted amid the scent of copal incense and the sounds of mariachi on the street outside. This period marked an explosion of creativity. Her paintings became more intricate, more symbolic, and more political. Works like the two Fridas revealed a divided self. One in European dress with a bleeding heart, the other in indigenous clothing, strong and composed. It was Frida's visual autobiography, a portrait of love, loss, and heritage. She exhibited her work in Paris, where artists like Picasso, Breton, and Kandinsky praised her fiercely original style. But even among the surrealists, Frida stood apart. When André Breton tried to label her as one of their own, she pushed back. They thought I was a surrealist, but I wasn't. I never painted dreams, I painted my own reality. She painted Mexico, not the romantic postcard version, but the living, breathing country she adored. Her work pulsed with symbolism: skeletons, hummingbirds, hearts, thorns, corn, and blood. She honored the indigenous roots of her homeland while unmasking the violence of its past and present. But even as her artistic voice grew stronger, her health continued to decline. Multiple surgeries, infections, and chronic pain became daily realities. Still, she painted through it, propped up in bed, torso bound in corsets, fingers clenched around the brush. Frida had returned to Mexico not to rest, but to reclaim her power through paint, through politics, and through her fearless embrace of the self. Frida's Kahlo's body continued to betray her. Her spine was deteriorating. Her right leg was constantly infected. She underwent more than 30 surgeries in her lifetime, often in grueling succession. At times, she was bedridden for months, encased in body casts or immobilized by traction devices that stretched her bones apart. But still, she painted. Each canvas during these years became both a release and an act of resistance. Her works grew darker, more defiant.
She painted with a clarity sharpened by pain, refusing to hide behind metaphor. In The Broken Column, she presents herself split down the middle, her body pierced with nails, a cracked ionic column replacing her spine. Yet her face is stoic, her gaze unflinching. Pain for Frida was no longer just a subject. It was her companion, her antagonist, her muse. Her political voice also grew louder. She joined the Mexican Communist Party, marched in demonstrations, wrote fiery letters, and called out imperialism and injustice. When her health no longer allowed her to walk, she appeared in protests in a wheelchair, defiantly holding signs and shouting slogans. Frida was eventually given her first solo exhibition in Mexico, a long overdue celebration of her art. But her health was so fragile, doctors told her she couldn't attend. So she did what only Frida would do. She arrived by ambulance, carried in on a stretcher, and placed in the center of the gallery on her hospital bed. Dressed in traditional finery, surrounded by her own work, she greeted guests with tequila, laughter, and that fire still burning in her eyes. Her final paintings were both childlike and harrowing. In Marxism Will Give Health to the Sick, she painted herself wearing a steel corset, cradled by the hands of Marx, casting away symbols of oppression. Her last known work was a still life of sliced watermelons, one piece bearing the words, "Viva la vida," long live life. Even in the face of death, she remained defiant, joyful, and political. Frida Kahlo's last portraits weren't just self-portraits.
They were acts of revolution, painted in pain, but always signed with life. Frida Kahlo died in the same place she had been born, La Casa Azul in Coyoacan. The official cause was listed as a pulmonary embolism, but those closest to her whispered of something deeper. She had been ill, yes, but also exhausted by pain, by surgeries, by the long war with her own body. Just days before, she had attended a political protest against the CIA coup in Guatemala. Weak and wheelchair-bound, she insisted on going, her clenched fist raised in the air. Revolution remained her final heartbeat. Her last diary entry was brief but piercing. I hope the exit is joyful, and I hope never to return. Frida's funeral was held at the Palacio de Bellas Artes, Mexico's most prestigious cultural institution. Her body, draped in the red flag of the Mexican Communist Party, was watched over by friends, family, artists, and revolutionaries. Diego Rivera was inconsolable. He called her the greatest love of his life, even as his betrayals had nearly broken her. But in the years that followed her death, something extraordinary happened. Frida Kahlo refused to disappear. At first, her name was whispered only in art circles. Her works weren't easy to categorize, too political for surrealists, too surreal for traditionalists. But slowly, her image, her story, and her defiance began to resonate. Through the feminist movements, as scholars and activists reclaimed forgotten voices, Frida's became louder. She wasn't just a painter anymore. She was a symbol of pain turned into beauty, of feminism born through resistance, of Mexican identity celebrated without apology, of queerness, disability, revolution, and authenticity.
Her face, unibrow, gaze, and flowers in her hair became iconic. Her home became a museum. Her diary became a sacred text, and her paintings now hang in the world's greatest museums. Frida Kahlo had lived much of her life in Diego's shadow, but in death, she stepped forward. She didn't just leave behind paintings, she left behind a mirror and dared us all to look, not with pity, not with fear, but with fire. Today, Frida Kahlo's face is everywhere, printed on t-shirts, painted on murals, turned into dolls, memes, posters, and icons. Her signature unibrow, her flower-crowned hair, her direct gaze, all instantly recognizable. But what makes her legacy powerful isn't just that people know her face. It's that they recognize the truth behind it. Frida didn't try to be flawless. She didn't fit into boxes. She wasn't conventional, and she didn't care to be. In a world that demands perfection, she gave us realness. Raw, messy, vibrant, angry, joyful, contradictory realness. She celebrated what made her different. Her disability, her queerness, her politics, her culture, and turned it into art that transcended borders and decades. She's become more than an artist. She's a global symbol of defiance, feminism, cultural pride, and creative resistance. For queer communities, she's a fearless bisexual icon who lived openly and unapologetically in a time that demanded silence. For women, she's a reminder that power doesn't require permission. For disabled artists, she's proof that pain can fuel the brush, not stop it. And for Mexico, she's a daughter reclaimed, fierce, folkloric, and forever part of the national soul. Her paintings, once dismissed as too strange or too personal, are now among the most revered in the world. Works like The Two Fridas, Self-Portrait with Thorn Necklace and Hummingbird, and The Broken Column aren't just seen. They're felt deeply by anyone who has ever suffered and needed to turn that suffering into something sacred. She lived in the margins and turned them into center stage. She embraced contradiction, a communist who wore gold, a woman betrayed who loved again, a body in pieces with a soul unbreakable. And through it all, she painted not just with color, but with conviction. Frida Kahlo never asked to be a symbol. She simply told the truth about herself. And in doing so,
told the truth for millions of others who had never seen themselves reflected in art before. Now when we see her face, we see courage, we see color, we see resistance, we see Frida, not gone, but immortal.
Deep in the heart of the Maya jungle, she waited, wrapped in red, masked in jade, and forgotten by history for over 1,000 years. They never expected to find her tomb, and they certainly never expected what her silence would reveal. This is not just the story of a queen. This is the rebirth of a mystery, one that challenges everything we thought we knew about power, women, and ancient legacy. Before we begin, I want to know something about you. What time is it right now where you are, and where in the world are you watching this from? Let me know in the comments. I read every single one. And if this story pulls you in, if it stirs your curiosity, go ahead and hit like and subscribe to the channel. Not for the algorithm, but because your support keeps these lost legends.
In the humid depths of the Chiapas jungle in southern Mexico, the ruins of Palenque whisper stories from the ancient Maya world. Towering temples rise above the canopy, their limestone faces eroded by time, but still brimming with secrets. And in 1994, one of those secrets revealed itself. A team of Mexican archaeologists led by Fanny Lopez Jimenez was surveying Temple 3, a relatively modest pyramid next to the more famous Temple of the Inscriptions, the burial site of the mighty King Pakal the Great. Temple 3 wasn't expected to hold much, until they noticed something odd. A sealed, hidden chamber beneath the structure. No looters had touched it. It was pristine. When the archaeologists broke through and lowered themselves inside, they found a stone sarcophagus resting in silence. The air was heavy with the weight of centuries. As they opened the lid, red dust rose like smoke. Brilliant, shocking red. The interior was covered in powdered cinnabar, a toxic mercury sulfide used ceremonially by the Maya. And lying within that crimson cloud was the skeleton of a woman. She had been buried with care and reverence. Her bones were fragile but intact, her skull still wearing a jade mask, and her body surrounded by funerary offerings, necklaces, diadems, ear spools, all crafted from jade and shell. Everything about the burial screamed royalty, yet no name was inscribed. No glyphs identified her. It was one of the richest female burials ever found in Mesoamerica, and yet it was a total enigma. Why was she buried in red powder? Who was she? Was she a queen, a priestess, or perhaps even Pakal's wife? The researchers called her the Red Queen, and the name stuck. But even with modern forensics, they couldn't say for sure who she was, only that she had lived around the 7th century during the golden age of Palenque. Unlike most Maya tombs, hers had been hidden, untouched, and purposefully isolated. Her burial wasn't just ceremonial, it was spiritual. This woman wasn't meant to be remembered with words. She was meant to be remembered through ritual, through color, and through the mystery she left behind. The most haunting feature of the Red Queen's tomb wasn't her jade jewelry or the silence of the sealed chamber. It was the red dust. A thick layer of powdered cinnabar covered everything. The sarcophagus, the walls, her bones, even the offerings around her. It clung like blood to stone. To the Maya, this was no accident. Cinnabar, made from crushed mercury sulfide, was one of the most sacred and dangerous substances in the ancient world. Its vibrant red color wasn't just visually striking. It symbolized blood, rebirth, and the life force that connected the human and divine realms. Red was sacred. It was the color of sunrise, of sacrifice, of life emerging from death.
It was spiritual. Covering the dead in cinnabar was a ritual meant to transform the body, preserving it not for eternity, but for transition. In Maya belief, death wasn't the end. It was a passage, a crossing into another cosmic layer. And so the Red Queen, whoever she was being prepared not just for burial, but for deification. But there's another layer to this. Cinnabar is toxic. Repeated exposure can lead to mercury poisoning, tremors, hallucinations, even death. The Maya likely didn't understand the chemistry, but they felt its potency. It was volatile, powerful, dangerous. To bathe the corpse in it was to declare this person was no ordinary mortal. In Palenque, very few were buried with cinnabar. Pakal the Great, the mighty king whose pyramid dominates the site, was one. His body, like hers, was also saturated in the red powder. That detail alone drew speculation. Was the Red Queen his wife, his mother, or someone of equal divine status? Her skull had been placed on a layer of jaguar skin, another sacred symbol. Around her, bone needles, obsidian blades, and miniature jade figurines hinted at rituals performed either during her life or in honor at death. Every part of her burial told a story without words, a story of power cloaked in secrecy, a woman prepared to cross into the underworld, not in silence, but in ceremony, drenched in the color of sacrifice. Surrounding the Red Queen's crimson-drenched remains was a world of silence, broken only by the gleam of jade, shell, and obsidian. These were not mere ornaments, they were offerings, each one carefully chosen to accompany her on the journey to the Maya afterlife, the Xibalba. At her sides were jade necklaces, heavy and cold, their polished surfaces still radiant after centuries underground. Jade was not just beautiful, it was sacred. The Maya considered it a symbol of eternal life. It represented the green of maize, the vitality of the jungle, and the breath of the gods. Only the elite were buried with jade. For the Red Queen, it covered her chest, wrists, and ears, a clear sign that in life she wielded influence, perhaps even divine favor. One of the most haunting objects was the jade funerary mask placed delicately over her face. Unlike the golden death masks of Egypt, this one was subtle. Constructed from dozens of tiny mosaic tiles arranged to mimic the contours of her skull. The mask served a ritual function, to protect the soul, to preserve identity, and to present her as divine in the eyes of the gods. Scattered near her bones were bone needles, obsidian blades, and shell artifacts. These could have been tools of ritual or symbols of her status as priestess, healer, or royal matriarch. One bone pin was engraved, faint but purposeful. A small echo of her voice lost to time. At her feet and along the edges of the tomb were ceramic vessels, still sealed, likely once filled with offerings, food, drink, or incense to sustain her spirit beyond death. The Maya believed the afterlife was a journey, dangerous, layered, filled with challenges. These items weren't luxuries, they were necessities. To modern eyes, the tomb feels intimate, not overloaded, but intentional. There was no gold, no chariots, no pomp, just items chosen with spiritual weight. It was a map for the soul. Through these treasures, we glimpse how the Maya understood death, not as finality, but as a transition of power. The Red Queen wasn't buried to be forgotten. She was being prepared to ascend. For all the grandeur of her tomb, the Red Queen left behind one haunting void. No name.
No inscriptions adorned her sarcophagus. No glyphs on the walls identified her. She was clearly someone powerful, but who? From the moment her tomb was opened, scholars began trying to connect the dots. The most compelling theory was that the Red Queen was Tsakbu Ajau, the wife of Kinich Janab Pakal, known today as Pakal the Great, the most famous ruler of Palenque. Tsakbu Ajau was more than just Pakal's consort. She was born into nobility and married into Palenque's royal dynasty at a young age. She bore at least 3 sons, all of whom held high status, and she played a ceremonial role during her husband's reign.
If anyone could be buried with such honor, it was her. Supporting this theory was the tomb's location, just a few feet away from Pakal's own grand burial in the Temple of the Inscriptions. The proximity suggests a deliberate pairing, husband and wife rulers even in death. And then there's the cinnabar. Only 2 burials in Palenque were found with such intense cinnabar coverage, Pakal and the Red Queen. It's unlikely this was coincidence. But here's where the mystery deepens. DNA tests were conducted on both sets of remains in hopes of confirming the connection, but the results, inconclusive. The woman's bones showed no direct maternal link to Pakal. But that didn't rule out a spousal relationship. After all, marriage does not require shared blood. Some have argued she could have been Sak Cook, Pakal's powerful mother who ruled Palenque before he came of age. Others suggest she may have been a high priestess, a sister, or a royal ancestor whose name has simply been lost to history's erosion. Still, the evidence points most strongly to Tsakbu Ajau, a queen by title, a mother of kings, and a spiritual counterpart to Pakal. The lack of name may not be an oversight. It may have been intentional. In Maya cosmology, the soul lived on not through monuments, but through ritual, symbol, and the whispers of the earth. And so the Red Queen remains suspended between legend and truth. A woman who ruled, remembered not in stone, but in scarlet and silence. To understand the Red Queen, we must understand the world she came from. A world where Maya women, especially royal ones, held more influence than many realize. In Maya civilization, politics was often a family affair. Royal women weren't merely passive consorts. They were diplomats, priestesses, and power brokers. They conducted rituals, sponsored temples, and played crucial roles in maintaining dynastic legitimacy. Their bloodlines were political capital, used to forge alliances and secure claims to the throne. Take Sak Cook, for example, the mother of Pakal the Great. When the throne of Palenque was left vacant, she took power herself and ruled as queen regent until her son came of age. She wasn't a placeholder. She was a ruler in her own right, issuing decrees and overseeing construction projects. Without her, Pakal may never have risen at all. And she wasn't an anomaly. Across the Maya world in places like Yaxchilan, Naranjo, and Calakmul, inscriptions show women performing major ceremonies, engaging in warfare, diplomacy, and sometimes ruling outright. They were often portrayed in stelae and murals, dressed in elaborate headdresses and regalia, standing beside kings as equals or sometimes above them. Their words were carved in glyphs. Their names were remembered until they weren't. By the time Spanish conquistadors arrived centuries later, much of that memory had eroded.
The colonial lens saw Native women as silent figures in a male-dominated world. But the archaeology tells a different story, one of complex gender roles, where power was negotiated, not simply inherited. This context casts the Red Queen in a new light. She may not have ruled in name, but her burial, rich, sacred, and positioned beside Pau, suggests she was a central pillar in the royal order. Her jade mask wasn't just decoration, it was a symbol of identity, of power held in life and protected in death. Her bloodline may have been the very glue that held Palenque's dynasty together. In Maya civilization, a queen wasn't just a queen. She was a keeper of sacred lineage, a voice in ceremony, and often the bridge between gods and men. The Red Queen may be nameless, but in her world, she was never voiceless.
The Red Queen wasn't just buried with treasures. She was buried in architecture rich with purpose, layered with Maya cosmology, ritual symbolism, and intentional design. Her tomb wasn't merely a grave, it was a gateway to eternity. Her body was discovered inside Temple 3, one of the smaller pyramids within the heart of Palenque. Yet its proximity to Temple of the Inscriptions, the resting place of Pau the Great, is telling. These temples weren't built randomly. Their positioning was sacred, guided by astrology, myth, and dynastic legacy. Temple 3 rises modestly compared to its grand neighbor, but it hides something more intimate, a sealed crypt untouched by looters, perfectly preserved. It was constructed deep within the temple's core, accessible only by a steep, narrow staircase. The descent into her tomb feels almost symbolic, a ritual journey downward into the underworld. The chamber itself is stark, made of cut stone and sealed tightly for over 1,130 years. No glyphs or murals cover the walls, no ornate carvings tell her story, but perhaps that silence is intentional. This was a space not for the living to interpret, but for the dead to transform. At the center, her sarcophagus sits like an altar, crafted from limestone. It echoes the grand stone coffin of Pal next door. While Pal's lid is famously engraved with scenes of cosmic rebirth, the Red Queen's tomb is more subdued. The focus is inward, on the body, on the cinnabar, on the ritual of death itself. And yet, there are subtle architectural cues that hint at deeper meaning. The tomb is aligned east to west, a symbolic path mirroring the sun's journey from life to death. The chamber is small but powerful. It feels deliberate, personal, a sacred enclosure for someone revered. Maya temples were cosmological tools, bridges between the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. To be buried in one was to be elevated beyond the human realm. The Red Queen's eternal home wasn't an afterthought. It was a carefully constructed shrine, a place where death became transformation. Her bones rest in stone, her essence in cinnabar, and her legacy in the architecture itself. A temple that speaks without words, telling us she mattered. To the ancient Maya, death wasn't the end, it was a threshold, a sacred passage into the underworld known as Xibalba. And for someone like the Red Queen, this crossing was not only spiritual, it was political, cosmological, and deeply ritualized. Burial rituals were carefully choreographed events, rooted in myth and meant to guide the soul through the treacherous layers of the underworld. Maya texts and iconography tell us that Xibalba was no peaceful afterlife. It was a maze of darkness, rivers of blood, trials, and gods of death. Only those properly buried, ritually prepared, and spiritually equipped could make the journey successfully.
The Red Queen was buried wrapped in cinnabar, encased in stone, and surrounded by offerings, clear signs of an elite burial. But there's more. The presence of bone needles and obsidian blades in her tomb hints at auto-sacrifice rituals, possibly symbolic tools representing rites she had performed in life, or that were reenacted at her burial to empower her spirit. Her jade mask, carefully assembled from small green tiles, was not simply decorative. It may have served as a spiritual vessel, preserving her face and identity as she journeyed into the afterlife. In Maya belief, the face was a mirror of the soul, and the soul needed to be recognized by the gods. The ceramic vessels surrounding her may have once held chocolate, maize, water, or even pulque to nourish her in the next world. Other items, like stingray spines or shelled trumpets, could have represented spiritual tools, calls to the gods, or tokens of ritual communication. Burial wasn't just a goodbye, it was a transformation. The Maya believed in cycles, death as seed, burial as planting, and the afterlife as rebirth. Kings and queens were often seen as earthly incarnations of gods, and in death they returned to those divine origins. The Red Queen,
covered in the color of blood, entombed in a pyramid, and honored with offerings, was being prepared for rebirth, not as a mortal, but as a being tied to the sacred order of the cosmos. Her burial wasn't the end of her story, it was the beginning of her legend. Just a few steps away from the Red Queen's final resting place lies one of the most iconic tombs in Mesoamerica, that of Kinichinab Pakal, known simply as Pakal the Great. His burial inside the Grand Temple of the Inscriptions is celebrated for its artistry, scale, and deeply spiritual symbolism. But what makes the Red Queen's tomb so extraordinary is not only what was inside, it's where it was found. Her sarcophagus was hidden within Temple 3, directly adjacent to Pakal's monument. In a city like Palenque, where every temple was carefully positioned to reflect cosmic principles, this closeness was no coincidence. It was intentional, a statement etched in stone. Many scholars believe the Red Queen was Takpu Ajal, Pakal's queen and trusted consort. While her tomb lacks inscriptions, the similarities between their burials are striking. Both wrapped in cinnabar, both entombed in pyramids, both buried with jade, and both treated with extreme reverence. These rituals mirror each other, two halves of a sacred narrative. Pakal's lid famously depicts him falling into the underworld tree, a cosmic scene of death and rebirth. The Red Queen's simpler tomb contains no such iconography, but the symbolism lies in the pairing itself. If Pakal represented the sun, journeying through the underworld at night to rise again, then the Red Queen may have represented the moon, the feminine force that follows its own mysterious path in the sky. Together, they embodied a cosmic duality, masculine and feminine, king and queen, sun and moon, order and ritual. In Maya mythology, rulership was not singular, it was relational. Harmony in the cosmos required balance, and that balance extended into the dynastic court. By placing the Red Queen beside Pakal, the Maya were preserving not just a marriage, but a cosmic partnership. Their proximity in death may have mirrored their roles in life, a queen not behind, but beside her king, sharing not just a throne, but a legacy. In their tombs, they speak without words, two souls wrapped in cinnabar and stone, joined across eternity, one of history's most sacred silences. Though her name was lost to time, the Red Queen of Palenque endures, not as a forgotten relic, but as one of the most enigmatic and powerful women of the ancient world. Her tomb, sealed for over 1,300 years, now whispers across centuries, inviting questions that echo louder with every discovery. She represents a mystery that still resists full understanding. We may never know exactly who she was. No glyph carved her name. No stela told her story. And yet, the care in her burial, the richness of her offerings, the symbolism of her crimson-drenched bones, all speak of a woman profoundly important, not merely as a wife or consort, but as someone who held real influence, spiritual weight, and royal blood.
Today, the Red Queen forces us to reevaluate assumptions. She's a reminder that in the ancient Maya world, women were not silent. They led rituals, governed cities, and shaped dynasties. While kings like Pakal have long taken the spotlight, the Red Queen's reemergence reminds us that power did not belong to men alone. It flowed through mothers, queens, priestesses, and visionaries. Her legacy is more than the treasure she left behind. It's the conversation she started among archaeologists, historians, artists, and storytellers. Every jade bead, every layer of cinnabar, every architectural choice in her temple tells us something deliberate. This woman mattered. And perhaps that's the most extraordinary part of her story. Not what we know, but what we still don't. The Red Queen teaches us that history isn't just a collection of facts. It's a living puzzle, a shared human longing to connect with the past. In that sense, her legacy is still unfolding. She lies wrapped in red, the color of life and sacrifice, of blood and rebirth. Her face, once hidden behind a jade mask, now stares back at us through science, art, and wonder. She remains nameless, but not voiceless, mysterious, but not forgotten. The Red Queen may have ruled a kingdom in life, but in death, she rules something greater, our imagination. Her tomb was sealed in stone. Her story was written in silence. And still, somehow, she speaks.
Hey guys, you're back. Or maybe this is your first time. Either way, welcome. Tonight, we wandered gently into the life of a barber in 13th to 15th century of medieval times. But before that, I'm just going to ask that what time is it where you are? midnight in Michigan? 2 a.m. in London? Or maybe you're just drifting off in a quiet corner of Manila as the city hum fades into nothing. Wherever you are, I'm glad you're here. And before your eyes grow too heavy, before your thoughts begin to melt into dreams, please take a moment, just a moment, to subscribe, so that next time sleep won't have to wait for you to find your way back. Now then, the light is dim, the world outside is quiet, and here, tucked between the folds of old parchment and fading memory, a forgotten story stirs once more. Barber role in medieval times, 13th to 15th century Europe. In the medieval world, the term barber meant something very different than it does today. A barber wasn't simply a man with scissors and a comb, he was also a surgeon, a tooth puller, a bloodletter, and sometimes even a minor physician. These men were known as barber surgeons, practical tradesmen who worked where university-trained physicians would not. Most commoners couldn't afford or access scholarly doctors, but they could visit their local barber. He was part healer, part craftsman, often more trusted than the learned man in robes who spoke Latin and charged in silver. Step into a medieval barber's shop, and you wouldn't just find chairs and mirrors. You'd hear the scrape of a blade against a whetstone. You'd see small basins of water being warmed over a fire, cloth towels soaking, and the walls lined with tools of many kinds. There would be scissors, razors, tweezers, hooks, scalpels, and tooth-extracting tongs. And just beside them, pots of beeswax for mustaches, herbs for poultices, leeches for bloodletting, and sometimes even prayer beads. The air would smell of lard soap, cloves, damp cloth, and ash. Clients sat on wooden stools or benches, often wrapped in old linen, while others waited their turn, chatting softly or listening to local news, whispered across the blade. A barber's day began early. He would warm his razors in hot water to soften the blade. Then he'd sweep the shop floor, prepare his towels, and lay out his tools with care. The first clients often came just after dawn. Farmers needing a trim before market, monks from the abbey needing a beard shave, or even a knight requesting a cleaner cut before seeing a noble. But the barber's tasks went beyond grooming. Shaving beards and trimming hair, lancing boils and abscesses, pulling rotten teeth, cauterizing wounds, bandaging injuries, applying leeches to balance the humors, and performing bloodletting to drain bad blood. In rural villages, a barber might be the only form of medical care available. If you've ever wondered about the red and white striped barber pole, it dates to this very era. The red represented blood, the white represented the bandage, and sometimes a blue stripe symbolized veins. Outside a barber's shop, this pole spun slowly in the breeze, a signal to all that bloodletting services were offered within. The barber would tie a strip of cloth around a patient's arm, use a small lancet or blade to cut a vein, and let the blood flow into a shallow bowl. Some believed this released bad humors or cured headaches, fevers, and even melancholy. It was messy, risky, and often done without pain relief, but it was common. By the 13th century, barbers were gradually separated into two ranks in many European cities. Barber surgeons performed minor surgeries and procedures. Guild barbers focused on haircuts, shaves, and external grooming. In places like France and England, the barber-surgeon guild became quite powerful, sometimes working alongside physicians, but often viewed as craftsmen, practical, hands-on, and indispensable to the poor and working class. They might set a broken bone, lance a cyst, or dress a deep cut, but rarely would they open a body or perform internal surgeries. That was left to the realm of licensed surgeons or those working under church supervision. A barber often learned through apprenticeship, starting as a young boy sweeping floors, sharpening blades, and boiling cloth. Over years, he'd be allowed to shave clients, then assist in small procedures under supervision. Tools were kept in linen rolls or wooden chests, carefully cleaned, though not sterilized by modern standards. Razor blades were honed daily. Bandages were reused, sometimes soaked in vinegar or wine to clean them. Herbs were also part of his kit. Sage for infection, nettle for circulation, comfrey for wounds. Though not an herbalist by trade, a barber knew enough to mix simple salves and boiling poultices. Barbers were often well-liked, especially by villagers and common folk. They were affordable, available, and personable. Unlike noble physicians, the barber knew your name, and perhaps your grandfather's name too. He might treat you, your wife, your child, and your horse, all in one morning. Some worked alone. Others set up next to bathhouses. In towns, they might pay guild dues and operate alongside apothecaries and bone setters. In castles, barbers might serve noble houses, shaving knights, tending to wounds, and keeping hair tidy for court. In the gilded halls of medieval courts, barbers held a curious place. They were both servant and artisan, invisible yet essential. A nobleman, whether knight, bishop, or king, would not present himself to the world without the practiced hand of a barber. A clean shave, a tamed beard, or neatly trimmed hair was not merely a matter of hygiene. It was a mark of dignity, discipline, and power. And so the barber was admitted into intimate spaces, royal bedchambers, private baths, campaign tents. He might not speak unless spoken to, but he saw and heard much. Many barbers served one noble family for life, becoming trusted enough to handle the king's throat with a razor edge. A nobleman might say little to his barber, but he would not do without him. Some kings, like Henry IV of England or Louis XI of France, retained full-time barber surgeons at court. These men not only shaved and cut hair, but also treated wounds, pulled teeth, drained abscesses, and dressed the injuries of war. To be a barber in the royal household was a steady living and a respected post, but still firmly beneath the court physician in status. He wore clean robes, but not silk. He walked the halls, but behind others. He spoke softly and always bowed. In the towns, among merchants, millers, scribes, and tanners, the barber was a familiar and necessary figure, one part craftsman, one part comfort. For the townswoman with an aching jaw, he was the man who pulled the infected tooth with a steady hand. For the baker, he cleaned wounds burned by fire. For the priest, he shaved the tonsor in the back of the head, just so. They spoke to him plainly, sometimes with gratitude, sometimes with complaints, but they paid in coin and expected his tools to be sharp and his rags clean. He was not highborn, but neither was he low. He was a tradesman, a guild member, and in some cities, barbers even ran multiple chair shops where apprentices learned under their eyes. Their standing was roughly equal to a blacksmith, tailor, or baker, respectable, needed, and woven into the everyday fabric of urban life. If he worked near a bathhouse, his shop was busy. If he traveled with fairs or markets, he earned his living on the road. And if he served well, he was often repaid in loyalty and steady custom. In the countryside, where no court physicians walked and no university Latin was spoken, the barber was everything. To a poor farmer or shepherd, he was not only the man who shaved his face, but also the man who bandaged the sick child, drained the swollen limb, and stitched the wound from a harvest scythe. He was paid not in silver, but in bread, eggs, candles, or bundles of herbs. His tools were fewer, his rags are older, but his work was the same and often more intimate, more appreciated. In some villages, the barber might be one of the only men who could read or write. He might even serve as messenger, record keeper, or midwife's helper. To the common folk, he was both healer and hair cutter, but above all, present. He knew their families, he saw them, he treated their wounds in silence and gave them comfort without a sermon. No courtly thanks, no gilded coin, but perhaps a warm loaf and a whispered, "Bless you, brother." Whether standing behind a king's golden mirror, working beside a merchant's tiled bath, or crouching in a mud-bricked cottage, the barber held the same blade, steady, worn, and familiar. He asked little, he carried much, and across classes and kingdoms, he was one of the few who touched the body, calmed the nerves, and gave relief in a world of fevers and fears. He may never have worn a crown or held a seal, but he held trust. And in the still, quiet rooms of history, sometimes that is worth more than either. By nightfall, the barber cleaned his blades again, soaking them in wine or water, wiping them with oiled cloth. Bloodied rags were hung out to dry or buried. The fire in his heart dimmed. He swept the floor and counted coins, usually copper or pewter. In a small village, his work was never done. A knock at his door at midnight might mean a woman in labor, a stable boy with a gash, or a traveler with aching teeth. And in such moments, despite no degree and no title, the barber stood as healer, with blade, rag, and steady hands.
In the medieval world, before books were common and theaters were grand, stories moved with the wind, carried not by pages, but by people. And chief among them was the minstrel, the wandering voice of the Middle Ages. He was not merely a musician, he was a poet, jester, singer, and historian, a bringer of tales to those who could not read and laughter to those who forgot how. Some were called buskers, performing in streets and marketplaces. Others entertained in great halls or noble courts. But all shared one thing. They lived by the rhythm of the road and the weight of a well-remembered song. The minstrel's life was not rooted, it was one of travel. With lute on his back or drum at his side, he wandered from village to town, castle to tavern. Sometimes alone, sometimes in troops, always listening, watching, remembering. In one town he might perform in a bustling square. In another he might play for bread at the inn, or for a coin tossed kindly into his cap. His world was a patchwork of paths and people, melodies and mead. The road was his true home, paved not with stones, but with stories. A minstrel woke not with the sun, but with the stir of a crowd. He might begin his morning tuning strings or oiling a flute, rehearsing verses remembered from a dozen towns before. Daily tasks might include performing music in marketplaces or churchyards, singing tales of ancient heroes and recent kings, reciting poetry or humorous rhymes, playing instruments, lute, harp, fiddle, flute, drum, juggling, miming, or storytelling for children, composing new verses from local gossip, serving as herald or announcer in noble courts. He was part entertainer, part newsbearer, and part mirror to the world he wandered through. Minstrels told more than stories. They preserved memory. They sang of Charlemagne and Arthur, of Roland and Beowulf, of saints and sinners, of wars fought far away, of love gained and often lost. Through rhyme and rhythm they made history into song. Even battles and plagues, grief and famine could be softened in the telling. Some songs were bawdy and jolly, others are sacred and solemn, and in between were ballads, long, sorrowful tales sung under moonlight to hearts that needed them. In a time of hardship, the minstrel's voice was a gentle escape. The life of a minstrel could rise or fall with a single performance. Some were street buskers, scratching a living among traders and townsfolk. Others were lucky, hired as court minstrels, adorned in fine tunics, playing before dukes and ladies by candlelight. In great halls, they were welcomed with food, wine, and coins. Some even traveled with noble households, composing songs to mark weddings, births, or victories. But even the grandest could fall out of favor. The road was always waiting, a dusty companion for the forgotten voice. And so the minstrel learned to be both proud and humble, regal in court,
ragged in the square. No university taught minstrelsy. It was learned by ear, by heart, by wandering. A young boy might follow an older minstrel, learning ballads verse by verse, practicing lute by moonlight, memorizing stories one tale at a time. Instruments varied. Some owned carved harps or fine viols, others just whistles and drums. The voice was always the core, trained to carry over wind, crowd, and clinking cups. Tools of the trade included a lute or harp slung in linen, bells on the belt for rhythm, a pouch for coins or bread, a repertoire of dozens, if not hundreds, of songs, a warm cloak, for not every night had shelter. Minstrels were both loved and overlooked. To peasants, they were joy-bringers. A minstrel's arrival brought laughter, dancing, and sometimes tears. Children followed them in the streets. Elders gave them bread for tales of yesteryear. To nobles, they were ornaments, charming but temporary, valued but never quite equal. The church viewed them warily, suspecting vanity and mischief. Some minstrels told ribald tales or mocked hypocrisy. Others composed hymns and spiritual songs, earning pious favor. No matter the view, their place was always on the edge, not quite within the circle, yet never fully outside. As twilight fell, the minstrel sought his evening's stage. A firelit inn, a noble's feast, a quiet square beneath the stars. He played until voices softened and heads nodded, and as people slept, dreaming of dragons or faraway queens, he gathered his cloak and coins, tucked his lute under one arm, and moved on. Sometimes toward warmth, sometimes into rain, but always forward, chasing the next crowd, the next song, the next flicker of wonder in a stranger's eyes. His name was rarely written, his face seldom remembered, but his voice lingered, in the melody hummed by a child, in the tale passed from mouth to mouth, in the smile of a stranger beneath the stars. He was the music in silence, the joy in sorrow, the story in song. Half poet, half vagabond, a light-footed soul wandering through history, a bringer of memory wrapped in rhyme. And though his steps have long faded, the echoes of his song still dance, wherever people gathered to listen and wonder.
In the medieval world, the art of scent was not just for pleasure. It was medicine, protection, devotion, and sometimes power. A perfumer wasn't merely someone who made people smell pleasant. He was part alchemist, part apothecary, part artisan. He distilled herbs and resins, imported rare oils, and crafted blends that might grace a queen's pillow or a bishop's chamber. Fragrance was believed to ward off illness and evil. Where filth and plague festered, sweet smells offered comfort and a sense of safety. Perfume was more than luxury, it was survival. Step inside a medieval perfumer's workshop, a narrow room, perhaps above a shop or within the walls of a noble estate. Shelves lined with glass and clay vessels, jars of dried petals, bark, gums, and wax. A still, gently puffing steam through a copper coil. Mortars, pestles, and knives laid carefully beside folded cloths and charcoal burners. You'd smell rose, sandalwood, and camphor. You'd hear the soft bubbling of oils and the rasp of a pestle grinding resin. Sometimes the air was so thick with scent it clung to your hair for days. It was a place of transformation, where rough roots and faded flowers became elixirs, incense, and oils. The perfumer rose early, for time was needed to steep, distill, and blend.
He would inspect petals drying from the previous day. He'd heat oils, strain tinctures, and fan slow-burning incense over trays of spices, saffron, cinnamon, and frankincense. Tasks of the day included preparing scented oils for the skin and hair, mixing floral waters for nobility, creating pomanders, small balls of wax and perfume worn to mask odors, brewing fragrant vinegar to ward off plague, crafting incense for chapels or noble halls, sealing bottles with wax and parchment. The work was slow and exacting. A single mistake in temperature or timing could ruin a week's labor. Scent, in the medieval mind, wasn't just physical. It touched the soul. Churches burned incense to carry prayers heavenward. Monarchs carried perfumed clothes to cover their noses during illness or war. Lovers exchanged embroidered sachets filled with lavender and thyme. Even the dead were perfumed, wrapped in scented cloths before burial, a gesture of dignity and love. And in times of plague, physicians wore beaked masks filled with herbs and perfumes, believing the fragrance purified the air. To create a perfume was to offer healing, pleasure, and protection, all from a single vial. Perfume was a treasure of the elite. Nobles paid dearly for imported resins from Arabia, roses from Damascus, or ambergris washed from the sea. Queens ordered personalized fragrances, jasmine for softness, myrrh for mystery. Kings kept perfumers at court. They prepared scents for robes, gloves, bedding, and even armor. A monarch might enter a hall trailing frankincense and civet, announcing his presence not by voice, but aroma. And in cathedrals, perfumers worked alongside clergy, scenting relics, vestments, and altars with holy blends of spikenard, galbanum, and rose. The perfumer held no title, yet he moved among princes and priests, his art inhaled in silence. Becoming a perfumer took years. A boy might start as an assistant to an apothecary or spice trader. He would learn to identify herbs by scent, to measure with precision, to heat without burning. He'd practice distillation, often over open flame, and keep notebooks in cramped script, formulas passed down like sacred texts. Tools of the trade included alembics and stills, mortars of marble or bronze sieves and cloth filters, glass droppers and beeswax seals, scales so sensitive they could weigh a single petal. He'd also study the stars, for some believed that certain scents must be gathered when specific planets ruled the sky.
In medieval times, before gas and electricity, before oil lamps lined streets or hearths hummed with switches, there was the chandler, a maker of light in a world ruled by shadow. But Chandler was not merely a candle maker. He was also a wax melter, tallow renderer, supplier of oils and wicks, a quiet tradesman whose work illuminated chapels, castles, and cottages alike. To bring light was no small task. It was a craft of patience, fire, and fragrance, often unpleasant, sometimes dangerous, always essential. Step inside a chandler's shop, and you'd enter a place of flicker and flame. Cauldrons of fat bubbling over coals, wooden racks draped with cooling candles, shelves stacked with beeswax, pots of tallow, skeins of linen thread, and iron ladles blackened with soot. The air was heavy, sometimes sweet with beeswax, other times acrid with the reek of animal fat. The floor was streaked with drips of wax, and everything, the benches, the tools, the man himself, bore traces of oil and smoke. It was not a place of beauty, but it was where light was born.
A chandler's day began before the sun, ironic perhaps, for a man who made his living by darkness. He would heat his cauldrons and check his molds. Tallow had to be melted slowly, skimmed off impurities. Beeswax had to be softened just right, too hot and it cracked, too cool and it refused the wick. His daily work included rendering tallow from animal fat, filtering and melting beeswax, twisting and cutting linen wicks, dipping candles in repeated cycles, up to 40 times, pouring into clay or metal molds for uniform shapes, trimming and bundling cooled candles, preparing rush lights and oil lamps for the poor. Each candle took time, layers added slowly, evenly, by hand. It was slow, repetitive, and hot work, but in the end it yielded something precious. Not all candles were equal. The poor burned tallow, made from sheep or cow fat. It smoked, smelled foul, and burned quickly, but it was cheap. The wealthy used beeswax, sweet-smelling, cleaner, longer-lasting. These candles graced the altars of cathedrals, the halls of kings, the boudoirs of noble ladies. In churches, candles weren't just light, they were offerings. Each flame is a prayer rising heavenward. Some monasteries kept their own chandlers tasked with maintaining sacred lights that never went out, burning before relics, saints, and altars without pause. The chandler served all walks of life. He might craft a towering beeswax taper for a cathedral's Easter vigil one morning, and that evening twist humble rushes in fat for a peasant woman preparing stew in the dark. In castles, chandlers worked in teams. They filled iron chandeliers, cleaned wax from silver holders, and ensured the evening's feasts glowed golden. A noble might request perfumed candles, scented with rose or sandalwood. A physician might request hollow tapers filled with herbs for fumigation. Even executioners needed light for late-night duties. And in towns, chandos often rented candles for events, charging not by the candle, but by the hour it burned. Most chandlers learned by apprenticeship, beginning young, sweeping floors, preparing molds, and watching the slow art of dipping. Tools of the trade included iron pots and bronze ladles, molds of clay, tin, or wood, knife to trim wicks, boards and racks for drying, parchment seals and wax stamps for custom orders. They also knew recipes by memory, how to purify fat with ashes, how to dye wax with plant dyes, how to send candles with herbs or oils. Their work required patience, but also precision. An uneven candle could lean, flicker, or drip, and in great halls, fire from a single mishap could cost lives. Chandlers were not always beloved, especially by neighbors. The smell of tallow was infamous. In towns, tallow rendering was often banned within city walls. Many chandlers worked on the outskirts or near rivers where waste could be carried away. But despite the odor, they were respected. Churches relied on them. Merchants depended on them. Noble households could not dine or entertain without them. In guild cities, chandlers formed powerful brotherhoods, regulating wax prices, inspecting quality, and defending their rights with pride. A master chandler was known by the smoothness of his taper, the strength of his wick, and the steadiness of his flame. As the sun set, the chandler wiped his tools with ash and cloth. He bundled cooled candles in twine, sealed wax blocks for trade, and banked the fire for the night. A quiet glow still flickered from the racks, soft flames trembling in the gloom. Perhaps he carried a bundle of tapers to the church, or left a single rush light burning in the window for a traveler's path. And as the village darkened, it was his hand, unseen, unthanked, that gave it light. In the shadows of castles and cottages, chapels and kitchens, the chandler worked, unseen but essential. A bringer of warmth, a keeper of flame.
a humble figure in sooty apron and wax-stained hands, illuminating prayers, meals, births, and deaths. Though the world now glows with glass and wire, the memory of his light lingers. In every candle flicker, in every scented flame, in every quiet room made gentle by a single trembling wick. Half craftsman, half guardian of the night, a quiet servant of the dark.
In an age before engines and asphalt, before iron rails and paved roads, the wheel was life. And behind every strong wheel stood a quiet craftsman, the wheelwright. He was not just a carpenter, nor merely a smith. He was a master of movement, balance, and precision. A wheelwright built the parts that carried everything, from the humble farmer's cart to the royal coach of kings. His work didn't gallop like the knight, nor sing like the minstrel. It turned, slowly and surely, shaping the rhythm of daily life. Step into a wheelwright's yard, and you'd find the smell of oak shavings in the air, the ring of hammer on iron, and great wooden circles leaning like sleepy suns against the walls. The workshop was open and broad, scattered with heavy benches, wooden hubs, steaming cauldrons, and iron tires stacked like giant bracelets. Logs of ash, elm, and oak lay seasoned and split. A long pit might run the length of the yard, where wagon axles were carved and wheels were tested for their roll. The space was part forge, part carpenter's den, and above it all, the scent of wood smoke and beeswax lingered like old memory. A wheelwright's day began with wood, selecting, shaping, and planning. Each task was heavy with labor and care, shaping the hood and hub, the center of every wheel, carving spokes, tapered and measured with precision, crafting the felloes, curved wooden sections forming the rim, fitting the iron tire, heated red hot, then quenched to shrink around the wheel, assembling and testing, ensuring perfect roundness and strength, repairing broken carts, wagons, and barrows. The work required strength, patience, and an unerring eye, for a single misalignment could shatter under load. A good wheel could last for years, or break within a mile, depending on the maker's hand. The hub, often made of elm for its strength, had to be bored clean and true. Spokes, usually ash, had to fit tight without cracking. The outer rim, or felloe, was formed in arcs, joined in a circle, and bound with an iron tire. This tire was heated in a fire until it glowed red, then quickly hammered onto the wooden rim. As it cooled, it shrank, locking the wheel together with a hiss of steam and smoke. It was a dramatic moment. The forge roaring, the wheel spinning, fire and water sealing the wheel's fate. The wheelwright served every corner of society. Peasants came with hand carts and plow carts needing repairs before market day. Merchants needed sturdy wagons for trade. Nobles demanded carriages, not just functional, but elegant, smooth, and silent. Even kings relied on wheelwrights. In great households, they were retained on estates, ready to build or fix carts that carried everything from wine to weaponry. In armies, a broken wheel could stall a march. A wheelwright might travel with troops, mending wagons, fixing siege gear, or building new transport on the fly. No journey could begin without him. A wheelwright's craft took years to master. A young boy might begin as an apprentice, sweeping the yard and fetching water. He'd learn to read grain patterns in wood, shape with draw knife and adze, and measure spokes by feel.
His hands would ache, his knuckles would split, but over time, he'd learn the music of turning things true. Essential tools included the spokeshave and draw knife for shaping, the auger for drilling hubs, the compass and calipers for measurement, the tire bender and anvil for shaping iron, the hooping pit where wheels were fixed and tested. It was a craft of many parts: wood, iron, fire, and sweat, all moving as one. Though he rarely wore fine clothes or walked in noble halls, the wheelwright was deeply respected. Villagers called on him as a matter of necessity. Merchants relied on him to keep their fortunes rolling. Priests and bakers, smiths and shepherds all turned to him when the wheel cracked or the cart leaned. In towns, wheelwrights often joined the Carpenters' Guild or had their own associations. Some worked closely with blacksmiths. Others were also cartwrights, building entire wagons from frame to wheel. He didn't travel far, but his wheels did, across kingdoms, through forests, into battle and home again. As the sun dipped low, the wheelwright wiped sawdust from his brow and cooled the forge. Wheels leaned gently along the walls, glowing softly in the dusk. His tools were hung on iron nails. The smell of scorched wood lingered in the air. Perhaps a wagon was ready for the next day's journey. Perhaps a noble's carriage was complete. Or perhaps only a single wheel had been mended, but it would carry bread to market or firewood to a hearth. And as the stars rose, the wheelwright rested, knowing that someone, somewhere, would move forward tomorrow because of his craft. He did not ride the wagons. He did not wear the silks, but he made the journey possible. In every cart that creaked over cobble, in every carriage that rolled through castle gates, in every wheel that turned beneath sun or snow, the wheelwright's hands were there. Part carpenter, part smith, part silent architect of motion, he shaped the paths of medieval life, not with words, but with wood and iron. And though his name is seldom sung, his work still echoes in every turning wheel that carries us forward.
In a time when every thread was spun by hand, every tunic woven by toil, there stood the weaver, silent behind their loom, shaping not only garments, but the very fabric of life. A weaver wasn't simply a maker of cloth. They were artisans of patience, of rhythm, of quiet beauty. From their hands came the cloaks of peasants and the robes of kings. They clothed monks, merchants, midwives, and nobles alike. In a world without factories, each thread tells a story, and the weaver wove them all. Step into a medieval weaver's cottage or town workshop. A large wooden loom dominates the space. Tall and creaking, its threads taut like the strings of an unseen harp. Baskets of wool, flax, and dyed yarn line the walls. Spindles rest on benches. A small fire glows in the hearth, used to warm water and soften fibers. There's a rhythm in the air, the steady beat of the shuttle, the soft creak of wood, the whisper of thread being born into fabric. The room smells of lanolin, sun-dried linen, and sometimes fermented dyes. It is not loud, it is not fast, but it is alive. A weaver's work began at dawn and ended only when the light grew too dim to thread the needle. Each day brought a mix of tasks: spinning raw wool or flax into thread, stretching yarn onto the loom, a careful, time-consuming task, weaving fabric row by row with a hand-thrown shuttle, adjusting tension and fixing snags, washing, drying, and sometimes dyeing finished cloth, preparing bolts for sale or trade at the next town market, A skilled weaver could produce a few yards a day. It was not speed that defined their craft, it was steadiness. Weaving was one part of a long chain loop. Wool had to be sheared, washed, carded, and spun. Linen came from flax, soaked and broken, then beaten into thread. Only then could the weaver begin. In many homes, families worked together. One spun, one dyed, one wove. Children learned to sort fibers before they could write their names. Cloth types varied: coarse wool for peasants, fine linen for priests, dyed and patterned fabrics for nobility. Tapestries, too, were woven, telling stories across entire walls. Each thread was precious. Nothing was wasted, and everything was made by hand. Cloth was as essential as food, and just as telling of one's status. The poor wore undyed wool or plain brown linen. Merchants and guildsmen favored deeper hues: forest green, deep red, navy. Nobles, ever watchful of fashion, demanded fine weaves, imported silks, and golden embroidery. Weavers worked for all of them. Some ran small home workshops, others were part of weavers' guilds in bustling cities like Ghent, Bruges, and London. In wealthy towns, guild weavers were respected. In villages, they were one of the most important trades. Everyone needed clothes, after all, and every piece began at the loom. Weaving was a learned art. A young apprentice might begin by carding wool or spinning thread. Slowly, they'd learn to warp a loom, a complex task of threading hundreds of yarns in precise order. Only later would they begin to weave. Tools of the trade included the loom, large, wooden, and often custom-built; the shuttle, used to pass thread back and forth; combs or beaters to tighten each row of weave; shears, spindles, and winding frames; natural dyes like woad, madder, walnut, and saffron. Weaving was meticulous. A single error early on could ruin days of work. But a skilled weaver knew their loom like a musician knows their instrument, and played it with the same quiet devotion. The weaver stood between peasant and merchant, part craftsman, part artist. In towns, they might grow prosperous through guild protection and regular trade. A talented weaver could take commissions from noble houses or the church, creating altar cloths, vestments, or tapestries. In villages, they were vital. They repaired torn clothing, bartered cloth for grain or cheese, and brought news from nearby towns when they traveled for wool or dye. Respected, but rarely wealthy. Necessary, but rarely praised. Yet without them, no one was clothed. Not the knight, not the nun, not the newborn. As the sun dipped low, the weaver tied off their work and stilled the loom. The cloth was folded, warm from the day's touch. Spools were gathered. The floor was swept by scattered wool. A candle was lit, casting golden light over threads that shimmered like quiet rainbows. Perhaps a child slept beneath a newly woven blanket. Perhaps a bolt of fabric would journey to a tailor in the morning. Perhaps a robe was finished, meant for a bishop or a bride. And as the hearth grew dim, the weaver rested, hands tired but heart steady. For tomorrow the thread will call again. They did not ride into battle, they did not stand in court, but the weaver shaped every cloak, every tunic, every veil. Their hands moved with patience, their lives followed the rhythm of the loom. Quiet, steady, unseen, but never unneeded. In every thread of history, their work endures. From the rough tunic of the field worker to the silk-draped shoulders of kings. Half artisan, half storyteller. A maker of warmth in a cold world. The weaver, tying past to present, stitch by stitch.
In a world before printing presses and mass-produced books, knowledge moved slowly, by hand, line by line, ink upon parchment. And at the quiet heart of this movement sat the scribe, patient, precise, and often unseen. He was more than a writer. He was a preserver of memory, a guardian of law, a servant of God's word, and a bridge between silence and story. Whether copying sacred texts or recording market ledgers, the scribe's pen shaped the very soul of the Middle Ages. In candlelight and stillness, he wrote the world. Step into the scriptorium, the scribe's workplace. It is quiet, deeply so. Only the soft scratch of quill on parchment breaks the hush. Rows of wooden desks, angled for light, line the walls. A high window lets in the sun, just enough to guide the eye without straining it. Candles flicker. Sand is sprinkled to dry ink. Shelves bear rolls of vellum, bottles of pigment, and leather-bound tomes waiting to be born. In monasteries, the scriptorium was a sacred space, where writing was prayer. In towns, it was a place of record, contract, and coin. In either way, it was a place of deep focus and deeper patience. A scribe's day often began before sunrise with prayer or ritual, especially in religious scriptoria. Then came the tools: ink mixed, pens cut, parchment prepared. His daily duties included copying religious texts, psalms, and scriptures, recording legal documents, land deeds, and wills, translating works from Latin, Greek, or Arabic, illuminating initials with gold leaf or pigment, maintaining town records or merchant accounts, teaching writing to noble children or apprentices. Every stroke of the quill mattered. A single blot could mar a whole page. A misspelled word could alter meaning, even belief. It was not fast, but it was forever. The scribe's tools were simple, but sacred. Quills, usually goose or swan feathers, trimmed and sharpened daily. Ink, made from oak gall, iron salts, and wine. Parchment, calf, sheep, or goat skin, stretched and scraped smooth. Rulers and compasses for straight lines and margins. Knives to scrape away errors gently. Sand or blotting cloths to dry ink. Gold leaf and pigment for illumination when allowed. Each manuscript might take months. Some were simple. Some, like illuminated gospels, were breathtaking, filled with color, vines, and fantastical beasts hiding in letters. But every word, plain or precious, began the same way, by hand. Scribes served many masters and purposes. In monasteries, they were monks, copying holy texts, commentaries, and hymns for posterity and prayer. Their writing was worship. In royal courts, they were clerks and secretaries, trusted with correspondence, treaties, and court records. Some were spies in ink, reporting in code. In towns, scribes served merchants, lawyers, and notaries, drawing up contracts, recording marriages, and even writing love letters for those who could not. In cathedrals, they worked under bishops, preserving ecclesiastical law and ancient texts. Though rarely famous, scribes were essential. Every decree, law, poem, and gospel passed through their hands. A scribe's path began in youth, often under a priest, monk, or teacher. They learned not only to write, but to read Latin, count in Roman numerals, and form letters with grace and clarity. Good handwriting wasn't just art, it was law, theology, memory. Temperament mattered too. Patience in long silent hours, precision in lines and grammar. Humility, the words were not their own. Faithfulness, especially when copying sacred or royal text. Errors were often punished. Mastery came slowly, but once attained, the scribe's hand could shape law, legacy, and literature. The scribe lived between worlds, not a noble, not a laborer. In towns, they were educated and respected, often aligned with the church or guilds. A good scribe might earn steady pay or even royal patronage. A few traveled with armies, recording battles or treaties. In monasteries, their names were often lost, but sometimes, at the very end of a manuscript, one might write, "Pray for me, the humble scribe, who toiled at this work." Their craft was quiet. Their impact is immense. Without them, history would fade. Languages would vanish. Thought itself would be lost in time. As twilight came, the scribe gently blotted his last line. He set down his quill, closed the inkpot, and stretched fingers sore from repetition. He might roll up a scroll, bind a parchment stack, or add the finishing mark to a gilded amen. Candles were snuffed one by one. the scriptorium darkened. Outside, the world bustled, carts rolling, markets closing, prayers being sung. But inside, something eternal had been added to the world. A word, a thought, a truth. Carried forward not by voice, but by ink. He wore no armor, held no sword, and built no walls. But the scribe preserved what others only lived. Half scholar, half artisan, a servant of silence, of symbols, of memory. In every book we open, in every word passed down, his presence lingers. In steady script, in careful lines, in the breath between history and forgetting. Though he lived behind closed doors and beneath quiet roofs, his words walked centuries. And still they do.
In the heart of the medieval world, where knights rode under banners and danger loomed on dusty roads, there stood the armorer. Not a warrior, yet a maker of war. Not a noble, yet entrusted with king's protection. He was half blacksmith, part artist, part engineer. From his forge came the breastplates of knights, the helms of squires, and the mail shirts worn beneath royal robes. Steel was his language, fire his companion, protection his quiet promise. Step into an armorer's workshop and you'd be greeted by heat and noise, the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil, the hiss of quenched steel, the heavy scent of soot and sweat. Suits of armor hang from wooden pegs, helms glint in firelight, racks of tongs, hammers, and chisels line the walls. A forge glows red in the corner, pulsing like a heartbeat. Leather aprons hang beside coats of mail, chalk drawings of measurements scrawl across old planks, and beside it all, a small wooden desk where scrolls and wax seals record the names of lords and battles past. It is a place of both craft and quiet power. The armorer's day began before the sun, with coals lit and bellows blown. His daily tasks included heating and shaping raw steel into plates and forms, crafting mail by hand, ring by ring, measuring knights for custom-fit harnesses and helms, riveting joints for mobility in battle, polishing armor with ash, vinegar, and cloth, etching crests and religious symbols onto shields or breastplates. Each suit of armor could take weeks, sometimes months to perfect. It was not just protection, it was identity, pride, and in many cases, survival. The armor transformed simple metal into moving art. A helmet wasn't just a dome, it had to breathe, turn, and deflect a blade. A breastplate wasn't just a slab, it had to curve with the chest, bear a lance's blow, and never pinch the rider's breath. Mail required thousands of interlocked rings, each riveted by hand. Gauntlets needed to flex like fingers, yet withstand the crush of a mace. And above all, every piece had to balance protection with motion. For what good was armor if it weighed you down before the battle even began? The armorer served every rank of soldier. A squire might only afford a mail shirt and a kettle helm. A foot soldier perhaps just greaves or a reinforced cap. But a wealthy knight, he would want the full suit: breastplate, vambrace, sabaton, sallet, and more. Nobles sent detailed orders requesting specific engravings, family crests, or exotic designs. Monarchs employed master armorers within their castles, forging armor for tournaments, campaigns, and royal guards. And after each battle, squires and messengers arrived with damaged gear, scorched, dented, pierced, and the armorer, like a quiet healer, set it all right again. No one became an armorer quickly. Training began as a blacksmith's apprentice. Only after years of shaping tools, horseshoes, and nails would one specialize in arms and armor. Knowledge of metallurgy, knowing when to quench, temper, and fold. Mastery of tools, hammer, anvil, drift, swage block. Precision in fitting, measuring joints, shoulders, and spines. Artistic touch for embossing, engraving, and etching. Tools of the trade included bellows-fed forge, anvils with curved horns, hammers in many weights, punches and chisels,
leather straps, rivets and buckles, stones and cloth for polishing, and always fire. In towns with guilds, master armorers held high respect. They trained apprentices, submitted their best work for inspection, and earned their seal, a mark stamped into steel. They worked closely with weaponsmiths, leatherworkers, and tailors, for a suit of armor was half steel, half skin, half garment. Some armorers rose high, commissioned by kings, traveling to foreign courts, even accompanying crusades. Their name might be etched beneath the shoulder of a prince's cuirass. And yet most remained humble, soot-faced, steady-handed, listening to the stories of war through scorched steel and split mail. As twilight fell, the forge dimmed, sparks slowed, steel cooled. The armorer wiped his brow, hung his hammer, and polished the final plate until it caught the candlelight like moonlight on a lake. Perhaps he laid out a newly finished helm for a young knight's first battle. Perhaps he repaired a father's armor so his son might wear it next. Perhaps he simply sat, hands aching, beside the fire, watching the glow flicker across the shields he had shaped. And though he did not wear the armor himself, he had stood between blade and heart more times than any sword had swung. He did not charge into battle, but he kept the warriors safe. He shaped no speeches, claimed no glory, and rode no stallion, but in his hands courage took form. Steel folded into strength, leather into legacy, iron into honor. Half craftsman, half guardian, a silent shield behind the shield, and though the clang of his hammer has long gone quiet, his legacy remains. In every museum's breastplate, in every story of knighthood, and in every quiet craftsman who shapes protection from fire and flame.
The fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century marked the end of one world and the uncertain birth of another. In the vacuum left behind, chaos descended upon the lands once governed by Roman law and culture. Hello, and welcome to our channel Happy Earth Planet. You don't need to stay awake for this. In fact, we hope you won't. Tonight, we'll quietly drift through a distant past. Nothing dramatic, nothing loud, just soft, wandering thoughts, like pages turning into a dusty old book. So rest your head, let your eyes grow heavy, and allow the gentle rhythm of history to carry you away, softly and slowly into sleep. Before you fall asleep and go to the deep valleys of dreams, please like and subscribe to our channel and comment when you wake up. Let's begin. Germanic warlords carved up the territory that had once belonged to the mightiest empire the West had ever known. Yet, out of this dark age of disunity and upheaval, the seeds of something new began to take root. From the ruins of Rome's dominion, a new power would slowly rise in the Iberian Peninsula, a land the Romans had called Hispania. From this name would emerge a nation destined for both greatness and hardship. That nation was España, Spain. Spain's long road to glory was anything but easy. In the 8th century, the Visigoths, who had come to dominate the peninsula after Rome's fall, found themselves overtaken by a force rising far to the east. The Umayyad Caliphate, empowered by the fervor of a new faith, Islam, swept westward until it reached the very shores of the Atlantic. Hispania marked the outer edge of this vast empire, whose reach stretched nearly to the borders of India. For centuries, the Iberian Peninsula lay under Islamic rule, a chapter that brought new cultures, languages, and architectures to its soil. But this chapter, though long and deeply influential, was not the final one. The people of Iberia, driven by a fierce yearning to reclaim their lost homeland, embarked on a slow and grueling struggle known as the Reconquista. It would take generations, but the cross would rise again. Once a subject of empires, Spain would go on to forge one of its own, an empire that would, for a time, surpass those that had once ruled it. But unlike the empires of old, whose power had been bound to the Mediterranean world, Spain's empire was truly global. With daring voyages and unshakable ambition, the Spanish extended their influence across oceans. They planted their banners from the rich lands of the Americas to the islands of the Pacific,
from the Louisiana Territory in the north to the southern reaches of South America. It became perhaps the first nation to wield power on a truly worldwide scale. Yet, just as they had once overthrown empires, so too would time and the tides of history unravel their own. The Spanish Empire eventually splintered, and from its fragments rose new nations: Mexico, Peru, the Philippines, and many others. And with the crumbling of their empire came a period of uncertainty for Spain itself. Long before the Romans arrived, the Iberian Peninsula had already been a mosaic of diverse peoples and cultures. Among the earliest of these were the Iberians, who by the 6th century BCE had developed their own distinct identity. Their culture, however, did not exist in isolation. The Mediterranean world had already begun to shape them. Southern groups like the Tartessians were heavily influenced by seafaring civilizations such as the Phoenicians and Greeks. The Iberians established themselves along the southern and eastern coasts, trading and interacting with foreign merchants and settlers. Further north, in the mountainous regions, lived the Vascones, the ancestors of today's Basques. Their language, unrelated to any other spoken today, is a mystery that stretches back further than any recorded history. Another wave of people would soon arrive: the Celts, Indo-Europeans who brought iron and a warrior culture to the region. As they mingled with the Iberians, they gave rise to the Celtiberians, a blend of old and new ways that dominated much of the north and western lands. These groups lived in scattered tribes, each with their own leaders and customs, but sharing broader cultural patterns. The mineral wealth of Iberia, as well as its strategic location between the Atlantic and Mediterranean, made it a magnet for powerful outside forces. The Phoenicians, the Greeks, and especially the Carthaginians, drawn by opportunity, began to colonize parts of the peninsula. Eventually, this brought Iberia into the path of the Romans. During their long rivalry with Carthage, Rome seized large parts of the Iberian Peninsula in the course of the Second Punic War. But full conquest did not come easily. While the Carthaginian settlements fell relatively quickly, Rome had to contend with the fierce independence of the Iberian and Celtiberian tribes. Only by the end of the 1st century BCE was Roman control firmly established. The people of Hispania, as the Romans called it, were slowly drawn into the Roman world. Roads were built, cities flourished, and Latin spread as the dominant language. Christianity arrived and eventually became the guiding faith. Though the rugged northern regions resisted full assimilation, Roman culture took deep root in the peninsula. But Rome's golden age could not endure forever. By the 5th century, the empire was no longer whole. The West faltered under internal decay and pressure from without. Germanic tribes poured across its borders. In Hispania, 4 such groups settled: Swabians, Alans, Vandals, and most significantly, the Visigoths. It was in the early part of that century when these tribes breached Roman defenses and began to claim their own territories. The Vandals established themselves in the south, giving rise to the name Vandalusia, later Andalusia. The Alans, originally from the steppes beyond Europe, took control of central and western lands. The Swabians moved into the northwest. Rome, weakened but not yet defeated, sought allies among the tribes themselves. The Visigoths, a Germanic people who had previously been given land in what is now France, were called upon to help defend Roman claims in Hispania. In exchange for land and status, the Visigoths helped Rome reclaim some of the eastern territories. The Vandals, meanwhile, abandoned the peninsula and journeyed to North Africa, where they built their own kingdom. As chaos reigned and borders shifted, the Visigoths steadily gained more ground. Eventually, their ambitions extended beyond mere alliance with Rome. They turned from protectors into conquerors. A king named Euric, who came to power through the murder of his own brothers, led the Visigoths into open defiance of Roman authority. By the close of the 5th century, Roman rule in Hispania had come to an end. The Visigothic kingdom now stretched from western France down through most of the Iberian Peninsula, excluding only the far north and westward, where Basques and Swabians still held sway. Despite their conquest, the Visigoths were few in number, perhaps a couple 100,000 among a Romanized population of 6 million.
They brought their own traditions and beliefs, notably Arian Christianity, which clashed with the Catholicism of the locals. Yet the Visigoths themselves had absorbed much from the Romans. They viewed themselves not as destroyers of Rome, but its successors. Roman customs, language, and laws remained the foundation of life in Hispania, and even the name Spain would emerge from its Latin roots. The Visigothic rulers, however, kept themselves apart from the people. Intermarriage was forbidden for years, and the two populations lived under different legal codes. Still, the cultural fusion continued, even if politics remained unstable. The eastern part of the Old Empire, Byzantium, still clung to the dream of a restored Roman world, and soon cast its eyes back toward Hispania. The Franks, another Germanic people to the north, had begun to rise in power, and now sought influence across the Pyrenees.
As the Visigoths tried to hold their ground in the peninsula, new pressures mounted. In the late 5th and early 6th centuries, the Franks had declared themselves the defenders of Catholic Christians, using this as a pretext to expand southward. The Visigothic king, Alaric II, faced the growing threat of Frankish invasion. The decisive clash came when the Franks, under their ambitious king Clovis, defeated the Visigoths in a brutal battle. Alaric was killed, and much of their territory north of the Pyrenees was lost. The Visigoths, who had once ruled from Toulouse, were forced to shift their capital to the heart of the peninsula, Toledo. The loss marked a turning point, not just in geography, but in stability. Power struggles erupted as noble factions vied for control. Though Visigothic kings were elected by the nobility, this often led to internal conflict, civil war, and foreign interference. Both the Franks and the Ostrogoths from further east found opportunities to meddle during these times of turmoil. A particularly volatile episode came in the mid-6th century. King Agila I faced an uprising during his reign, and as civil war broke out once again, distant eyes watched closely. In the imperial city of Constantinople, the Eastern Roman Emperor Justinian had been carefully reconstructing the old empire. His armies had already reclaimed Italy and much of North Africa. Now the attention of his generals turned westward once more, towards Hispania. While Visigothic rulers battled amongst themselves, Byzantine forces landed along the southeastern coast of the peninsula. Though the name of the general remains uncertain, their presence was unmistakable. Before long, cities fell under Eastern Roman control. By the time Athanagild, a rival to Agila, secured his rule, it was too late. The Byzantines had carved out their own enclave along the Mediterranean coast and seized the Balearic Isles. Though their foothold in the peninsula was limited, it remained a symbol of lingering Roman ambition. However, that ambition would soon falter. A plague ravaged the Eastern Empire, and with the death of Justinian in the 6th century, the dream of a fully restored Roman West came to an end. Athanagild himself died not in battle or by betrayal, but of natural causes, a rare fate for Visigothic kings. His successor, Liuvigild, proved a more capable ruler. He led campaigns against both foreign and native threats, including a resurgent Byzantine presence. In the interior, he decisively defeated the Swabians in the northwest, finally bringing their centuries-long rule to an end. He also launched campaigns against the Basques and Cantabrians, pushing them back into their mountainous strongholds. For a time, it seemed as though the Visigoths might unify the whole peninsula under one rule. But Liuvigild, for all his military success, made a critical political error. He named his son Hermenegild as co-ruler. In a dramatic turn, Hermenegild broke with his father, not over power alone, but over faith. He converted from Arianism to Catholicism, a move his father saw not only as rebellion, but as treason against the Gothic identity. Hermenegild sought allies among foreign Catholic powers, even appealing to the Pope, but his efforts yielded little. In the end, he was captured in the city of Seville and eventually executed. His failure, however, marked a shift in the kingdom's religious future. Liuvigild died shortly afterward, and his surviving son Recared took the throne. Within his reign, the Visigoths made a monumental change. They abandoned Arianism and converted officially to Catholicism. Though not every subject accepted the change without resistance, the kingdom had at last found religious common ground with the majority of the Hispano-Roman population. The long-standing divide between the rulers and the ruled began to erode.
Even so, peace remained elusive. The monarchy continued to be plagued by instability. Recared's successors, one after another, met violent ends or were overthrown. The church, seeking to stabilize the political chaos, began to promote the idea of kingship as divinely sanctioned, an attempt to protect rulers from assassination and rebellion. Still, royal blood was spilled frequently. Despite the upheaval, there were important victories. In the early 7th century, the Visigoths finally drove the Byzantines out of the peninsula's mainland. While the Eastern Empire retained control of the Balearic Isles for some time, their presence in Iberia had been decisively broken. The Visigoths now ruled almost the entire peninsula, apart from the far north, which remained in the hands of fiercely independent groups like the Basques. Culturally and legally, the kingdom was changing. The old distinctions between Visigoths and Hispano-Romans continued to fade. The Gothic elite had begun to intermarry and integrate more fully, and the Catholic faith had become a unifying force. In the mid-7th century, a new legal code was issued, the Lex Visigothorum. Unlike earlier laws which treated Goths and Romans differently, this unified code applied to all subjects of the realm equally. It was a step toward a shared identity, no longer just conquerors and conquered, but one people, the Hispani. Yet peace and unity on the surface could not mask the fragility beneath. The kingdom remained unstable. Nobles held vast power and influence, often undermining the authority of the crown. Kings came and went, many through violent means, and no ruler seemed able to fully bring order to the realm. In the early 8th century, a storm was gathering far beyond Iberia's borders. From across the narrow straits of water that separate the peninsula from North Africa, a new force was rising. These were not Germanic tribes or Roman legions, but warriors of a new faith, one that had exploded out of the Arabian Peninsula with unmatched speed and conviction. Islam, still in its early centuries, now powered a growing empire. The Visigothic kingdom, weakened by years of unrest and division, stood directly in its path. The conquerors would arrive swiftly and strike with precision. They would topple the Visigothic kingdom and usher in a new era, forever altering the history, identity, and destiny of the land once known as Hispania.
When the Muslim armies arrived in Iberia in the early 8th century, they found a land fractured by internal rivalries and ruled by a weakened monarchy. The Visigoths, once the dominant power of the peninsula, had become vulnerable. Rulers isolated from their people, nobles divided in ambition, and institutions no longer strong enough to withstand the weight of their own history. The last Visigothic king, Roderick, came to power amid controversy and conflict, his rise contested by rival factions within the realm. That weakness would prove fatal. The invading forces crossed from North Africa, a relatively narrow distance by sea, and quickly made inroads into the heart of Visigothic territory. Empowered by the energy of a new faith and guided by military precision, these newcomers, initially just a small expeditionary force, defeated Roderick's armies in a decisive battle. With the king dead and his realm in disarray, the door to the Iberian Peninsula lay wide open. In a remarkably short time, most of the region fell under Islamic control. But this was not simply a conquest, it was the beginning of a new cultural era. The new rulers brought with them more than just swords. They brought an advanced civilization marked by architectural beauty, scientific inquiry, administrative efficiency, and religious tolerance. For many centuries to come, much of Iberia would be part of the vast Islamic world. Cities such as Córdoba, Seville, and Toledo would become centers of learning, where Christian, Muslim, and Jewish scholars sometimes worked side by side. Life under Islamic rule varied by place and period. In many regions, the local Christian population, now a minority, was allowed to maintain their religion and customs in exchange for a special tax. Many converted, either out of belief or for social advantage. The culture that emerged was a fusion of Arab, Berber, Gothic, Roman, and Iberian elements. And while political control remained largely in the hands of the Muslim elites, the society they governed was complex, vibrant, and often surprisingly tolerant for the time. Still, resistance simmered in the mountains and remote territories of the north. From these isolated pockets, Christian kingdoms would gradually form. At first, small and fragile, they slowly began to push back. This long struggle to reclaim the peninsula from Islamic rule became known as the Reconquista. It would be one of the longest and most determined campaigns in European history, stretching over many centuries. Generation after generation of Christian rulers, warriors, and peasants alike would fight to regain the lands they had lost. While the Christian North fought to recover what was taken, the Muslim South experienced its own golden age. Al-Andalus, as Muslim Iberia came to be known, thrived in trade, learning, and the arts. But even this stronghold would begin to fracture over time. As the unity of the caliphate declined, smaller Muslim principalities, or taifas, emerged, each ruling over its own city or region. These internal divisions weakened their ability to resist the Christian advance. Slowly, over centuries of shifting alliances, sieges, and battles, the Christian kingdoms pushed south. By the end of the medieval period, Spain would be whole once more, but not as it had once been. It would be a deeply transformed land. The long passage through Roman rule, Visigothic authority, Islamic conquest, and Christian reconquest had forged a unique identity. The new Spain would rise with a sense of destiny shaped by its past, defined by a memory of empires that had come and gone, and by the belief that it too could shape the world. And it did. With the Christian unification of the kingdoms of Castile and Aragon and the final fall of Granada in the late 15th century, the Reconquista came to its close. A few years later, Spain would look westward across the ocean. What followed was a bold leap into the unknown. It was the beginning of yet another chapter, one in which Spain would no longer be shaped by the empires around it, but would become an empire itself. This journey, from fractured tribes to Roman province, from Gothic kingdom to Islamic stronghold, and finally to a unified Christian nation, spans centuries of shifting power, culture, and belief. Each chapter left behind something lasting, something that remains etched in the stones of its cities, in the languages spoken, in the traditions practiced, and in the stories told. It is the story of a people forged by conquests, united by struggle, and destined to leave their own mark on history.
In the early 7th century, deep within the deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, a new faith began to take shape. Among a people known as the Arabs, Islam emerged, and it would change the course of world history. Within a few short decades, Arab forces, fueled by this new belief and a sense of unity, surged outward like a desert storm. By the mid-7th century, they had swept away the ancient Persian Empire and dramatically reduced the Eastern Roman Empire's reach to a mere shadow of its former self. Their expansion continued westward. After decades of struggle, they managed to claim North Africa in the late 7th century, and by the turn of the 8th century, the Umayyad Caliphate stretched from the mountains of Central Asia all the way to the shores of the Atlantic. But their gaze didn't stop there. Just across a narrow strait lay the Iberian Peninsula, divided, weak, and ripe for conquest. At that moment, Iberia was ruled by the Visigoths, who were once powerful but had fallen into a familiar cycle of chaos. Their king, Witiza, known more for indulgence than leadership, had recently died, likely in the opening years of the 8th century. Two claimants, Roderick and Aquila, emerged to take the throne. But before they could even begin to settle their dispute, a new force had already taken notice of Iberia's vulnerability. In the year 711, the Muslim presence officially began in Iberia. The first wave was small, around 7,000 men, led by a Berber commander named Tariq ibn Ziyad. The Berbers were North African peoples who had recently embraced Islam and now served under Arab leadership. Tariq's force, likely a blend of Berber and Arab soldiers, would be remembered collectively as the Moors. Roderick, the Visigothic king, rushed south from his northern campaign against the Basques to meet the invaders. The two forces collided at the Battle of Guadalete. It was a decisive blow. The Visigothic army, fractured and untrustworthy, was crushed, and King Roderick himself was killed. With no clear successor, the Visigothic kingdom collapsed in all but name.
After this victory, reinforcements streamed in from North Africa. Over the next few years, the Muslims swept through the peninsula with astonishing speed. By the end of the second decade of the 8th century, nearly all of Iberia had fallen. The land became known in the Islamic world as Al-Andalus. The new rulers didn't always need to fight. Many members of the Visigothic elite surrendered willingly, hoping to maintain their wealth and social standing. Even common people at times submitted, assuming the occupation might be temporary. Yet not all gave in. A significant portion of the population refused to bow to this new rule. They retreated northward into the rugged, windswept mountains of Asturias. These regions had always been difficult for outside powers to control. Even the Romans and Visigoths had struggled here. Now the Muslims would face the same resistance. The people of Asturias, joined by native Astors and Cantabrians of ancient Celtiberian descent, resisted with ferocity, launching repeated ambushes and skirmishes. Despite this resistance, the Muslim expansion continued. They pushed across the Pyrenees and into what is now France. But here they met fierce resistance. The Franks repelled them at the Battle of Toulouse early in the 8th century, and later, more famously, Charles Martel stopped their advance at the Battle of Tours around the year 732. This marked the outer limit of Islamic expansion in Western Europe. With the northern border now largely defined, Muslim forces turned their attention back to Al-Andalus, especially to the unconquered north. In the remote highlands of Asturias, a new figure emerged. His name was Pelagius, Don Calayo in the Spanish tongue. Though his historicity is debated, he's said to have led a ragtag group of resistors to astonishing victory in the mountains at the Battle of Covadonga. Somewhere between 718 and 722, his forces ambushed a much larger Muslim army in a narrow pass and routed them. The Muslims tried again. They failed again. Pelagius' stature grew. Eventually, he declared a new kingdom, the Kingdom of Asturias. To strengthen his cause, he arranged marriages between his children and other noble rebels, uniting several resistant clans. This event is widely seen as the symbolic beginning of the Reconquista, the long Christian effort to reclaim Iberia. But for now, this reconquest was barely a flicker. The Christians of Asturias were outnumbered, on the defensive, and hemmed into a harsh and mountainous corner of the land. The rest of the peninsula, however, remained firmly under Muslim control. But Muslim rule in Al-Andalus did not mean forced conversions. Not at first. Christians and Jews were given the legal status of dhimmi, protected peoples under Islamic law. As people of the book, they were allowed to practice their faith, though with restrictions. They paid a tax called the jizya, were excluded from many official positions, and had to follow social limitations. For example, dhimmi could not ride noble animals like horses, and were sometimes required to wear distinguishing clothing. These rules might seem strict today, but in many ways, life under Islamic rule offered more stability and opportunity, particularly for the Jews, who had long suffered under Visigothic laws. If one conformed to the social norms and remained respectful, it was possible to live peacefully, even successfully, as a Christian or Jew in Al-Andalus. Many Christians in the region came to be known as Mozarabs, people who retained their Christian faith but adopted aspects of Arabic culture. Still, the advantages of converting to Islam were many. Over the generations, a significant portion of the population converted and became known as Muladis, ethnic Iberians who embraced Islam. These conversions were gradual, shaped by social and economic pressures rather than violent compulsion. By the 10th century, the majority of the population in Al-Andalus was Muslim. But even within the Muslim world, equality was not guaranteed. Arab elites often saw Berbers as inferior, despite their shared faith. These divisions would prove critical. Internal rivalries among Muslims, between Arabs, Berbers, and native converts, would later weaken the Caliphate's hold on Iberia. Despite the tensions, life in Al-Andalus thrived in many ways. The region became a center of learning, wealth, and cultural exchange. Islamic scholars preserved and reintroduced lost works of Greek and Roman philosophy and science. New technologies, irrigation methods, and crops flowed in from the east, raising the standard of living. But there were darker aspects too. The Muslim world maintained and expanded the institution of slavery. Christians and Jews were sometimes enslaved and sent to other parts of the Islamic world, while slaves from distant regions, Slavic lands, and even Sudan were brought into Iberia. Muslim rule in Iberia would last for centuries, but the Umayyad Caliphate's grip began to loosen within the first 100 years. In the early 740s, a major Berber revolt broke out in North Africa. The Berbers, long resentful of Arab dominance, rose up and successfully broke away. With this loss, the Umayyads struggled to maintain control over distant Iberia. Taking advantage of this, the Christians in the north, now under King Alfonso I of Asturias, joined a rebellion in the region of Galicia. The rebellion was successful, and both Galicia and Leon were added to the growing Christian realm. The Muslim rulers, preoccupied with larger issues, deemed the mountainous north hardly worth the struggle, for now.
In the mid-8th century, turmoil brewed within the Islamic world. The once mighty Umayyad Caliphate, centered in Damascus, was facing a growing wave of opposition. That opposition finally erupted, and by the middle of the century, the Umayyads had been overthrown by a new ruling dynasty, the Abbasids. As this power shift unfolded in the east, Al-Andalus began to slip further from central control. Arab forces from Syria moved in to try to restore order, but the province became increasingly unstable. Amid this chaos, a survivor of the defeated Umayyad family, a young prince named Abd al-Rahman, fled across the sea, seeking refuge in Iberia. His mother had been Berber, giving him an important connection with the local population. Once in Al-Andalus, Abd al-Rahman built up support. He seized control from the rival Syrian governors, and in the year 756 declared himself Emir of Cordoba, founding an independent Umayyad emirate. Though he claimed no allegiance to the Abbasids, he avoided the title of Caliph, at least for now. Abd al-Rahman would spend the next 3 decades consolidating his rule, fighting off Abbasid supporters and local rebels alike. By the end of his reign, his dynasty was firmly rooted in Iberia, with Cordoba as its political and cultural heart. Meanwhile, in the north, the Christian kingdom of Asturias was beginning to benefit from the disunity in the south. But unity among the Christians was elusive as well. Though Asturias expanded into Galicia and Leon, tensions often flared between the different regions. The Basques remained fiercely independent, and alliances shifted frequently. Sometimes, Christian rulers would ally with Muslim forces to defeat rival Christians, and vice versa. One particularly notable alliance from this period occurred not in Iberia, but beyond the Pyrenees. The Abbasids, now the dominant Islamic power, saw Abd al-Rahman's independent rule in Iberia as a threat. So did the Franks under Charlemagne, the emerging Christian emperor of Western Europe. Despite their religious differences, these two powers briefly aligned against their mutual rival in Cordoba. Charlemagne launched an invasion into the Iberian Peninsula in the late 8th century, aiming to support Abbasid allies and carve out influence. But his campaign ended in failure. As he withdrew through the mountain passes, his rearguard was ambushed by Basque fighters in what became the famous Battle of Roncesvalles Pass, a moment immortalized and much exaggerated in medieval legend. Despite this failure, Charlemagne's influence persisted. His empire maintained a foothold in northeastern Iberia, establishing a buffer zone known as the Spanish March. This region would later develop into Catalonia. Charlemagne also recognized the Kingdom of Asturias, lending it credibility. In the early 9th century, King Alfonso II of Asturias received diplomatic attention from both the Franks and the Pope. His realm was now seen not as a minor backwater, but as a legitimate Christian kingdom holding out against Islamic rule. A few years later, a new kingdom emerged in the northeast, the Kingdom of Pamplona, later known as Navarre. Its population was primarily Basque, and while the kingdom would sometimes cooperate with Cordoba, it often found itself at odds with Frankish ambitions. And then, from beyond the seas, came a new and unexpected threat. In the mid-9th century, Viking raiders arrived on the shores of Iberia. Their first appearance was in the northwest, attacking the region of Galicia. But local defenders, including King Ramiro I of Asturias, met them with force, and with ballistae no less. The Vikings were repelled. Undeterred, they turned their attention south. Muslim-controlled cities like Cádiz, Lisbon, and even Cordoba were attacked.
but Emir Abd al-Rahman II organized a strong naval defense, eventually driving the Norsemen out and forming a fleet to deter future raids. Though the Vikings returned from time to time, their impact in Iberia was far less than in places like England or France. In the Christian north, Ramiro I passed the crown to his son Ordonio I, who continued the long struggle against Muslim forces, Basque rebels, and occasional Viking incursions. One of Ordonio's greatest victories came in the mid-9th century at the Battle of Albelda, where he defeated a Cordoban army. He also began a process known as repoblacion, the resettling of formerly abandoned frontier lands by mountain dwellers known as Foromontanos. Upon Ordonio's death, his son Alfonso III took the throne. He would become known as the Great. Under his reign, the Christian realm expanded further, now reaching into northern Portugal. Alfonso captured key cities such as Oporto and later Coimbra. Internal rebellions briefly threatened his rule, but he held firm and continued to fortify the kingdom. Yet upon Alfonso's death near the end of the 9th century, the kingdom was divided among his 3 sons. One took Asturias, another Leon, and a third Galicia. This fragmentation weakened Christian unity just as Córdoba was also entering a period of instability. The Emirate of Córdoba was facing its own troubles. In the late 9th and early 10th century, internal revolts and power struggles shook the emirate. But that changed when a powerful new ruler came to the throne, Abd al-Rahman III. Taking power in the early 10th century, Abd al-Rahman III was one of Al-Andalus's most capable and ambitious leaders. Dissatisfied with merely being an emir, he made a bold move in the year 929. Declaring himself caliph, he challenged both the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad and the rising Fatimid Caliphate in North Africa. This proclamation wasn't just symbolic. It marked Al-Andalus as an independent Islamic realm, spiritually and politically. Córdoba became one of the richest, most cultured cities in the Islamic world, its palaces, libraries, and mosques renowned throughout Europe. Yet this golden age was shadowed by resistance. Ramiro II of Leon, known to the Muslims as Al-Shaitan, or the Devil, struck back hard. In the middle of the century, his forces decisively defeated the caliph's army at the Battle of Simancos. Leon then pushed eastward, strengthening the border region of Castile. Castile, however, was restless. Though part of Leon, it grew more independent with each passing generation. Under Count Fernán González, Castile began to act as its own entity, eventually rebelling and even alliancing with Córdoba when it suited them. After a period of conflict, King Sancho I of Leon restored order, but his reign ended abruptly. He was poisoned in the late 10th century, and his young son Ramiro III inherited the throne as a child. In Córdoba, Abd al-Rahman III died in 961. He was succeeded by Al-Hakam II, a scholar and lover of the arts. But when Al-Hakam died, his son Hisham II was only a boy. Real power fell to a regent named Ibn Abi Amir, better known as Al-Mansur, the Victorious. By the late 10th century, Al-Mansur had complete control. A brilliant general and ruthless politician, he waged war after war against the Christian kingdoms, unleashing destructive campaigns across the north. He sacked Barcelona, Leon, and even the holy city of Santiago de Compostela. His military skill was unmatched, but his victories came at a cost. Al-Mansur died in the early 11th century. His son Abd al-Malik briefly succeeded him but died young. Power passed to another son, Sanchoelo, whose mismanagement sparked rebellion. Supporters of the Caliph Hisham II rose up, assassinated Sanchoelo, and plunged Al-Andalus into chaos. This was the beginning of the Fitna of Al-Andalus, a civil war that would fracture the caliphate. By the early 11th century, Córdoba had been sacked, the caliphate was shattered, and what remained of Islamic Iberia splintered into small rival taifas. Ethnic divisions, Arab, Berber, Iberian Muslim, and Slavic, fueled further unrest. The golden age of unity was over. And as Muslim rule weakened, the Christian kingdoms saw their moment to strike. As the 11th century progressed, Al-Andalus was no longer a single power. The once unified caliphate had crumbled into dozens of competing states known as taifas. Cities like Toledo, Zaragoza, Badajoz, and Valencia now acted independently, each with its own ruler, its own ambitions, and its own problems. While these new Muslim kingdoms competed with one another for power and prestige, they also made themselves vulnerable. Some offered tribute to Christian kings to avoid attack. Others even hired Christian mercenaries to defend themselves against rival taifas. The Christian kingdoms, for their part, were still fragmented too. But now the balance was beginning to shift. In the northeast, the once Frankish territories had grown increasingly independent as French royal authority weakened. The county of Barcelona, for instance, was now effectively self-governing. To the west, Leon remained the strongest of the Christian realms. Its kings proudly took on the title Imperator Totius Hispania, meaning claiming authority over the peninsula. Yet Leon faced strong rivals. Chief among them was Sancho III of Pamplona, often called the Great. In the early 11th century, Sancho expanded his rule across neighboring kingdoms, married into the powerful Castilian family, and even took control of Leon. He too declared himself emperor. But when Sancho died in the mid-11th century, he divided his lands among his sons, a common practice at the time, but one that almost always led to conflict. One of his sons, Ferdinand, soon came into open war with the former king of Leon, Bermudo III. Bermudo fell at the Battle of Tamaran, and Ferdinand claimed the crown, uniting Castile and Leon under his rule. This changed the dynamic between Christian and Muslim powers. The Taifa rulers, though still powerful, now faced coordinated demands from Christian kings. Ferdinand and his successors extracted tribute, known as parias, from these Muslim kingdoms in exchange for peace. The tide was beginning to turn. Ferdinand I died in the middle 11th century and, in classic Iberian fashion, divided his lands among his 3 sons. Civil war followed. Eventually, his son Sancho II managed to reunite the realm, but was assassinated soon after. His brother Alfonso VI then took the throne. Alfonso would become one of the most important Christian kings of this era. In the final decades of the 11th century, Alfonso VI scored a symbolic and strategic victory. He captured the city of Toledo, once the capital of the Visigothic kingdom. It had fallen into decline under an unpopular Muslim ruler who had invited Christian help. With Toledo now under Christian rule, the conquest carried immense historical and religious weight. This success, however, alarmed the remaining Taifas. Fearful that Alfonso's forces would now march on their own territories, they sought help from beyond the sea. Their call was answered by the Almoravids, a strict Islamic Berber dynasty from the deserts of North Africa. The Almoravid emir Yusuf ibn Tashfin crossed into Iberia and, in the late 11th century, dealt a crushing blow to Alfonso's army at the Battle of Sagrajas. This halted the Christian momentum. A tense truce followed, but Alfonso resumed his pressure soon after, relying on military champions such as Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, better known as El Cid. A complex figure, El Cid fought at different times for both Muslim and Christian lords. But eventually he established himself as an independent ruler of Valencia, where he died at the turn of the 12th century. The Almoravids returned to Iberia in the following years, this time deposing the remaining Taifa kings and establishing direct control. Their rule was far stricter than that of their Andalusian predecessors. Christians, Jews, and even Andalusian Muslims found their freedoms reduced. The vibrancy of Al-Andalus's earlier golden age faded. El Cid's passing marked the end of an era. Alfonso VI died not long after. His daughter Urraca inherited the throne, but her marriage to Alfonso I of Aragon-Navarre was deeply troubled. Their union, intended to consolidate Christian power, instead erupted into a bitter civil war. Despite this, Christian forces began to make new gains. Alfonso I, nicknamed the Battler, launched a campaign deep into Muslim-held territory, capturing Zaragoza with the help of French crusaders in the early 12th century. In the northeast, a dynastic union took shape. Ramiro II of Aragon arranged the marriage of his infant daughter Petronila to Ramon Berenguer IV, Count of Barcelona. With this marriage, the crown of Aragon was born, a powerful combination of Catalan and Aragonese strength that would play a leading role in the Reconquista. Meanwhile, in the west, a new Christian power emerged, the Kingdom of Portugal. Led by Afonso Henriques, the Portuguese defeated the Almoravids at the Battle of Ourique and declared independence from Leon. After a series of negotiations and conflicts, Portuguese independence was formally recognized by the mid-12th century. By now, Christian kingdoms were pushing ever deeper into Muslim-held territory. Alfonso VII of Leon and Castile launched grand campaigns against the Almoravids, sacking Córdoba and Seville. The people of Al-Andalus, already disillusioned with the Almoravid regime, began to rebel. But their rebellion opened the door to yet another power, the Almohads. Stricter and even more puritanical than their predecessors, the Almohads seized Morocco in the mid-12th century and swept into Iberia soon after. Their rule was harsh. Non-Muslims were heavily persecuted, and even Andalusian Muslims found themselves under suspicion. Many of the cultural achievements of earlier centuries were suppressed. And yet, for a time, the Almohads were able to stabilize Al-Andalus, at least enough to mount a defense. Christian kingdoms, too, were not without their own troubles. Alfonso VII died in the mid-12th century, once again dividing his realm between his heirs, Leon and Castile. This division weakened their ability to resist Almohad incursions. One of the greatest setbacks came in the late 12th century, at the Battle of Alarcos. There, the Almohads dealt a devastating defeat to Castile's young king, Alfonso VIII. It was a sobering moment. Christian infighting had given the Almohads the opening they needed. Even worse, Alfonso IX of Leon, supposedly an ally, entered into an alliance with the Almohads, deepening Christian divisions. The situation became so dire that the Pope declared a crusade, not just against the Muslims, but even against Leon. But then, everything changed. In the early 13th century, the Almohads once again invaded the northern kingdoms. This time, the Christian realms responded in unison. Pope Innocent III renewed the call for crusade, and from across Europe, warriors and kings rallied to the cause. And then came the turning point. In the year 1212, Christian armies from Castile, Aragon, Navarre, and Portugal gathered under a single banner. They met the Almohad forces at the Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa. The battle was fierce, but the result was decisive. The Christian coalition shattered the Almohad army. The path into southern Iberia was opened. Cities that had stood under Muslim rule for centuries would soon fall. The Reconquista, once a slow and defensive struggle, had now transformed into a powerful and unified movement. The age of Muslim dominance in Iberia was nearing its end, and the Christian kingdoms, once scattered and small, were now poised to reclaim the peninsula.
After the pivotal Christian victory at Las Navas de Tolosa in the early 13th century, momentum swung decisively in favor of the Christian kingdoms of Iberia. Alfonso VIII of Castile passed away not long after the battle, leaving his young son Enrique I as heir. Tragically, Enrique died in his early teens, and governance passed to his elder sister Berengaria. She eventually handed power to her son Ferdinand III, who inherited both the crowns of Leon and Castile by 1230. This marked the permanent unification of the two most influential Christian realms in Iberia. At the same time, the Almohad Caliphate, weakened by internal revolts and the death of its leader, began to lose its grip on Iberian territories. By the third decade of the 13th century, they withdrew from the peninsula altogether. The Christian rulers seized this opportunity with determination. James I of Aragon launched campaigns that brought the Balearic Islands and the city of Valencia under Christian control. Portuguese forces reached their southernmost boundary at the Algarve. Ferdinand III led a successful drive deep into the south, capturing Córdoba and eventually the prized city of Seville. This campaign shrank Islamic control in Iberia to a single stronghold, the Emirate of Granada. Granada survived by becoming a tributary state to Castile, its mountainous terrain providing natural protection. Ferdinand III adopted varying policies toward the Muslim population, more tolerant in older Christian territories, harsher in newly conquered lands. He was succeeded by his son Alfonso X, known as the Wise, who emphasized scholarly advancement, the use of Castilian in governance, and legal reform. Yet his reign was marred by civil unrest, economic challenges, and his unsuccessful attempt to claim the imperial crown of the Holy Roman Empire. While Castile struggled with instability, Granada regained some ground. When Berber forces from North Africa, the Marinids, invaded in the mid-13th century, the Castilian heir was killed attempting to resist them.
Alfonso X died disheartened after a civil conflict with his son Sancho IV, who took the throne amidst ongoing tensions. Sancho managed to capture Gibraltar but died young, leaving a child as heir and the realm vulnerable to regency squabbles. The early 14th century saw repeated cycles of regency and rebellion. Castile suffered defeats, such as the disastrous Battle of Sierra Elvira, which left the frontier exposed. But a turning point came with Alfonso XI, who took the throne as a teenager and worked hard to bring order. Once internal threats were subdued, he turned his focus outward, launching a crusade against the Marinids and their allies. At the Battle of Rio Salado, Christian forces, joined by Portuguese and European knights, dealt a devastating blow to the Marinids, despite being heavily outnumbered. Alfonso earned a reputation as a champion of the faith. Just as victory seemed within reach, the Black Death swept through the Iberian Peninsula. Half the population perished, including Alfonso XI. His son Peter, remembered as the Cruel, inherited a broken kingdom. His harsh rule led to civil war against his half-brother Henry of Trastamara. The war ended with Peter's death and the beginning of a new dynasty under Henry. By the late 15th century, the stage was set for unification. Castile and Aragon were drawn together through the marriage of Isabella and Ferdinand. By the end of that century, they had combined their power and launched the final campaign against Granada. After a long siege, the Emirate of Granada surrendered the Alhambra Palace in the closing days of the 15th century, bringing the Reconquista to an end after nearly 8 centuries. That same year marked other profound changes. Columbus, under Isabella's patronage, sailed west and reached the Americas. Simultaneously, the Catholic monarchs issued the Alhambra Decree, expelling the Jewish population from Spain, a stark break from centuries of relative coexistence. Spain quickly rose to become the world's first global empire. Under Charles I, also known as Emperor Charles V, Spanish explorers conquered mighty civilizations in the Americas and funneled immense wealth into Iberia. Yet with expansion came burdens. Spain faced mounting resistance abroad, including the Dutch Revolt, the disastrous Armada sent against England, and long entanglement in European wars, like the 30 Years' War. By the dawn of the 18th century, Spain's dominance had faded. The War of Spanish Succession ushered in the Bourbon dynasty, but cost Spain many European holdings. Then came Napoleon's invasion, which sparked the Peninsular War and devastated the country. The 19th century saw Spain lose nearly all its colonies in the Americas. Its final overseas territories, Cuba, the Philippines, and Puerto Rico, fell to the United States in the final years of that century. The 20th century brought new turmoil. A brutal civil war ended with Francisco Franco's authoritarian regime, which lasted until his death in the 1970s. Only then did Spain begin to transition into the vibrant democracy it is today. Modern Spain is a land of striking contrasts and deep-rooted history. Roman aqueducts still arch above quiet fields, Moorish palaces glisten in Andalusia, and Gothic cathedrals tower over old cities. But the nation also pulses with creative energy, from Gaudi's fantastical architecture in Barcelona to the enduring rhythms of flamenco and the innovation of the Basque region. The long journey from fractured kingdoms and foreign conquests to a unified, forward-looking country can still be felt in the sun-drenched stones of the Meseta Plateau, a living testament to Spain's layered past and enduring spirit.
As the rest of Europe marched steadily toward the chaos of the First World War, Spain watched from a distance. When the great powers plunged into battle in the early 20th century, Spain remained neutral. While trenches scarred France and empires toppled one after another, Spain kept out of the fighting. But neutrality did not mean peace at home. Inside its borders, Spain was restless, economically strained, politically fractured, and socially uneasy. Though spared the bloodshed of the battlefield, the country felt the weight of war in different ways. Trade suffered, inflation soared. Industries surged at first, especially mining and manufacturing, as Spain supplied materials to both sides of the conflict. But those temporary gains only widened the gap between the wealthy and the working poor. Strikes became common. Farmers, laborers, and intellectuals alike began to lose faith in the system. After the war, the 1920s brought more turmoil.
Spain drifted into dictatorship under General Miguel Primo de Rivera. He seized power in a military coup, promising order and national pride. For a time, the country experienced modernization, new roads, infrastructure, public works, but corruption and heavy spending caught up. When the global economy crashed near the end of the decade, Spain's already fragile system began to collapse. The dictatorship fell, and in its place rose something new, a republic. In the early 1930s, Spain entered a bold and uncertain chapter. The monarchy was dissolved. The Second Spanish Republic was declared, and with it came sweeping reforms: land redistribution, women's suffrage, secular education. For many, it was a dream of a modern Spain, finally catching up with the ideals of democracy and progress. But that dream was fiercely opposed by others: monarchists, landowners, the Catholic Church, and the military. The nation was deeply divided. By the mid-1930s, political violence had returned to the streets. Clashes between the left and right grew increasingly bloody. In 1936, it all broke apart. A military uprising led by General Francisco Franco and supported by conservative factions erupted into a full-scale civil war. The Spanish Civil War became a grim preview of the larger global conflict to come. On one side were Republicans, socialists, communists, anarchists, and progressives. On the other, the nationalists, conservatives, monarchists, and fascists. Foreign powers quickly took interest. Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy sent troops and planes to support Franco. The Soviet Union backed the Republicans with weapons and advisors. Volunteers from around the world came to fight, including the famous international brigades. But none of the Western democracies officially intervened. The war was brutal. Towns were bombed, villages burned, civilians executed. The destruction was not just physical. It tore apart communities, families, friendships. The nationalist forces slowly gained ground, and in the final days of the 1930s, they won. Franco took power, the republic collapsed, and the cost was staggering. Over 500,000 dead, countless more exiled or imprisoned. When the Second World War broke out just months later, Spain stood again in a unique position. Ruined by its own civil war and led by a man who owed his victory in part to fascist allies, Spain did not officially join the conflict. Franco declared Spain neutral, then later called it non-belligerent, a kind of shadowy support for the Axis without direct involvement. Though Spanish troops never marched into foreign battlefields, Franco allowed German submarines to refuel at Spanish ports. He sent a volunteer unit, the Blue Division, to fight alongside the Germans on the Eastern Front against the Soviet Union. But as the war turned against Hitler, Franco stepped back, distancing Spain from the collapsing Axis cause. Still, the war years were harsh for Spain. International isolation grew, the economy faltered, rationing became part of daily life. Franco's government clamped down on dissent, tightened control, and ruled with an iron grip. While bombs fell on London, Warsaw, and Berlin, Spain experienced a quieter kind of suffering: political purges, hunger, fear. When World War II ended and the world tried to rebuild, Spain remained cut off. The victorious Allied powers wanted little to do with a regime that had flirted with fascism. Spain was excluded from the newly formed United Nations. It became an outcast on the world stage. Yet Franco held on to power. For the next several decades, he would continue to rule, shaping Spain according to his own vision, one rooted in Catholicism, nationalism, and authoritarian control. Despite isolation, Spain began to slowly change. By the 1950s, as the Cold War deepened, Western powers, especially the United States, began to see value in having a stable anti-communist ally in Southern Europe. Franco allowed American military bases on Spanish soil. In return, Spain received economic aid and some political recognition. The doors to trade and tourism began to reopen. By the 1960s, Spain was transforming. The country saw a wave of modernization. Industries grew, roads expanded, cities boomed, tourists flocked to its beaches. The economy surged.
But the political system remained frozen in time. Elections were banned, opposition was silenced, the press was censored, and the memory of civil war still haunted the nation. It would not be until Franco's death in the 1970s that Spain would take its next great leap toward democracy, openness, and a new chapter in its long, winding history.
When General Francisco Franco died in the final years of the 20th century's seventh decade, Spain stood at a crossroads. For nearly 4 decades, the country had lived under his rule, isolated, controlled, suspended in time. Many feared that his death would unleash more unrest or even a return to civil war. But what followed was one of the most remarkable and peaceful transitions in modern European history. The heir Franco had named, Prince Juan Carlos, was expected by many to continue authoritarian rule, but instead, the young king chose a different path. With calm determination, he guided Spain toward democracy. One of his earliest acts was to appoint a reform-minded prime minister, Adolfo Suarez. Together, they dismantled the dictatorship from within, carefully and steadily. Laws were changed, political parties were legalized, prisoners were released, and for the first time in decades, the Spanish people were allowed to vote in free elections. It was not a perfect process. There were moments of fear, resistance, even violence. In the early 1980s, a group of armed civil guards stormed the parliament in an attempted coup. Lawmakers were held at gunpoint. The entire nation held its breath. But King Juan Carlos, dressed in full military uniform, went on national television to denounce the coup. His calm voice and firm stance preserved the fragile democracy. The conspirators surrendered. The danger passed. With that, Spain moved forward. Over the next years, a new constitution was written, one that recognized regional identities, protected individual freedoms, and established Spain as a parliamentary monarchy. The old wounds of the Civil War were not forgotten, but many chose to look ahead. There was a national mood of cautious optimism, of rebuilding not only institutions, but trust. In the 1980s, Spain took its place on the European stage. It joined NATO, and then, more significantly, it became a full member of the European Economic Community, the precursor to the European Union. This marked a profound shift. Spain, once isolated and inward-looking, now embraced a shared European future. The effects were swift and transformative. European funds flowed into the country, helping to modernize infrastructure, roads, railways, airports, schools. The economy expanded. Foreign investment increased. Spain became a popular destination not just for tourists, but for international businesses, students, and workers. Cities like Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, and Bilbao flourished with new energy and ideas. The social landscape changed as well. The country liberalized quickly, legalizing divorce, expanding women's rights, and eventually embracing same-sex marriage. The Catholic Church, once tightly entwined with the state, took on a more secondary role in public affairs. A younger generation emerged, one that had no memory of dictatorship, only of democracy and possibility. Spain's regions also found new space to express themselves. Catalonia, the Basque Country, Galicia, each with its own language and traditions, gained more autonomy under the new system. While this created tensions at times, it also allowed for a plural identity, where being Spanish could mean many things. By the early years of the 21st century, Spain had become a stable democracy, with a growing economy and an active role in the European Union. It participated in peacekeeping missions, joined the common currency, the euro, and played host to international events. The country was no longer simply recovering from its past, it was shaping its future. Yet, the path remained complex. In 2008, Spain was hit hard by a global financial crisis. Unemployment rose sharply, especially among the youth. Many questioned the promises of globalization. Movements emerged in the streets, calls for transparency, for fairness, for a politics closer to the people. And regional tensions flared once more, especially in Catalonia, where demands for independence resurfaced with new strength. Even so, Spain remained anchored in democratic institutions. Governments changed hands through elections, new parties emerged, civil society remained vibrant. And though the challenges continued, economic inequality, political fragmentation, and questions of identity, Spain stayed on course. Today, Spain is one of the key members of the European Union. It is a voice in continental debates on climate, economy, and migration.
It contributes to global diplomacy and development. It celebrates a culture known around the world for its language, its music, its cuisine, its artists. It is a country shaped by empire and rebellion, by faith and reason, by tragedy and resilience. The journey from medieval kingdom to modern democracy was long and often painful, but each chapter left something behind. In every old town square, every regional festival, every shared meal, echoes of that layered history remain. Spain is no longer the empire it once was. It is something different now, humble, proud, democratic, European, and still unmistakably.
And so, as we drift gently through the final pages of Spain's long and winding history, the echoes of centuries still linger in the quiet hum of its present. From Moorish arches to Roman roads, from royal courts to modern parliaments, Spain has carried its past like a lantern, sometimes heavy, sometimes warm, always glowing softly through time.
Hey, history lovers! Ever wonder about a city carved directly into towering rose-red cliffs? A city so ancient, so mysterious, that it seems to whisper tales of a forgotten people? Get ready, because today we're unearthing the secrets of Petra, the Rose City, a place where every rock face has a story and every shadow holds a whisper of a lost civilization. From its hidden desert location to the incredible ingenuity of its creators, prepare to be absolutely mesmerized by the Nabateans and their breathtaking masterpiece. Stick around, because you won't believe the engineering and artistry that went into creating wonders like the iconic treasury and the colossal monastery. This is more than just history, it's an adventure waiting to unfold.
Petra, meaning rock in Greek, is an ancient city located in southwestern Jordan, nestled in a great rift valley east of Wadi Araba, about 80 kilometers south of the Dead Sea. It's often called the Rose City due to the reddish hue of the sandstone cliffs from which its incredible structures are carved. The history of Petra stretches back to prehistoric times, with evidence of human settlement in the area as early as 7000 BCE during the Neolithic period. The Edomites occupied the region around 1200 BCE. However, it was the Nabateans, an ancient Arab tribe, who truly established Petra as their capital in the 4th century BCE. Under Nabatean rule, Petra flourished as a major trading hub, strategically positioned along vital caravan routes that transported frankincense, myrrh, spices, and other goods between Arabia, Egypt, Syria, and even as far as China and India. This immense wealth allowed the Nabateans to develop a sophisticated civilization and create the awe-inspiring rock-cut architecture we see today. In 106 CE, the Roman Empire, under Emperor Trajan, annexed the Nabatean kingdom, making Petra part of the Roman province of Arabia Petraea. Despite this, Petra continued to thrive for a period. However, a combination of shifting trade routes and devastating earthquakes, particularly in 363 CE, led to the city's gradual decline and eventual abandonment by the 8th century CE. Petra remained largely unknown to the Western world until its rediscovery by the Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt in 1812. Today, Petra is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the new 7 wonders of the world, attracting millions of visitors who come to marvel at its unique blend of ancient Eastern traditions and Hellenistic architecture. The Nabateans were an extraordinary ancient Arab people whose story is one of resilience, ingenuity, and immense wealth built on trade in the most challenging of environments. From nomads to masters of trade. Originally, the Nabateans were a nomadic Arab tribe, likely migrating from the Arabian Peninsula. Early accounts, such as those by Diodorus Siculus, documenting events from 312 BCE, describe them as fierce and independent desert dwellers, living in tents, shunning agriculture, and resisting outside control. What set them apart was their unparalleled knowledge of the desert. They mastered water conservation, developing sophisticated systems of hidden cisterns and channels to collect precious rainwater, allowing them to survive and thrive where others couldn't. Their nomadic lifestyle eventually gave way to a settled, highly organized society, especially as they began to dominate the lucrative caravan trade routes. Petra, their chosen capital, was strategically located at the crossroads of these routes, connecting Arabia, Egypt, Syria, and even further afield to India and China. They became the ultimate middlemen, controlling the flow of highly sought-after goods. Frankincense and myrrh. These aromatic resins, essential for religious ceremonies and perfumes throughout the ancient world, were their primary source of wealth. The Nabateans transported them from southern Arabia to Mediterranean ports. Spices, precious stones, and luxury goods. Their trade network extended to encompass a vast array of exotic items, including textiles, silks, metals, and even live animals. Bitumen and copper. They also controlled the trade and mining of these vital resources in their own region. A flourishing civilization. This immense wealth allowed the Nabateans to establish a prosperous and expansive kingdom. At its peak, their influence stretched from Damascus in the north to Hegra, modern Madain Saleh in Saudi Arabia, in the south, and to the Mediterranean coast at Gaza. Their civilization was marked by several remarkable achievements. Architectural marvels. Their most iconic legacy is the breathtaking rock-cut architecture of Petra. They didn't just build, they sculpted entire facades, tombs, and temples directly into the sandstone cliffs. This unique style blended indigenous traditions with Hellenistic influences, showcasing incredible precision and artistic flair. Mastery of water engineering. Beyond their famous monuments, their most crucial innovation was their sophisticated hydraulic system. They engineered dams, cisterns, rock-carved channels, and ceramic pipes to collect, store, and transport water across vast distances, sustaining a population that may have reached 20 to 30,000 in Petra alone, in an incredibly arid region. Aramaic language and writing. The Nabateans adopted Aramaic as their written language, and their distinctive script evolved into what would eventually become the basis for the modern Arabic alphabet. While they left few lengthy historical texts, thousands of inscriptions on rocks, tombs, and coins provide invaluable insights into their culture and daily life. Unlike many ancient kingdoms ruled by absolute monarchs, the Nabatean rulers seem to have governed with a more democratic approach, often using titles like Friend of the People, suggesting a consensus-based leadership rather than outright tyranny. While maintaining a distinct identity, they were open to outside influences, incorporating elements of Greek and Roman art into their own unique style. The Nabatean kingdom, despite its wealth and strategic importance, eventually caught the attention of the Roman Empire. In 106 CE, under Emperor Trajan, the Romans annexed the kingdom, transforming it into the Roman province of Arabia Petraea. Petra continued to flourish for a time under Roman rule, becoming a major Roman city. However, the shifting of global trade routes, particularly the increasing reliance on seaborne trade in the Red Sea, gradually diminished Petra's commercial dominance. Furthermore, powerful earthquakes, notably one in 363 CE, caused significant damage. By the 8th century CE, Petra was largely abandoned, its wonders swallowed by the desert sands. Despite their eventual absorption into the Roman Empire and the subsequent loss of Petra to the Western world for centuries, the Nabateans left an indelible mark on history. Their ingenuity in adapting to harsh environments, their economic prowess, and above all, their stunning architectural achievements continue to captivate and inspire, a testament to a truly fascinating and often unjustly forgotten civilization.
The architecture of Petra is truly unique, a breathtaking fusion of natural rock formations and human ingenuity. What sets it apart is that many of its most iconic structures are not built from the ground up, but are meticulously carved directly into the vibrant sandstone cliffs. This rock-cut or hewn architecture is a testament to the Nabateans' exceptional engineering skills, artistic vision, and intimate understanding of their environment.
Here are the key aspects that make Petra's architecture so distinctive. Rock-cut mastery. The Nabateans didn't just carve simple facades, they sculpted monumental structures with intricate details, often several stories high, into the living rock. This required precise planning, an understanding of geology, and immense labor. They hollowed out vast interiors for tombs, temples, and residential spaces, demonstrating an almost sculptural approach to construction. Hellenistic and Roman influences with a Nabatean twist. While the Nabateans were an Arab people, their trade empire brought them into contact with various cultures, particularly the Hellenistic, Greek, and later Roman worlds. Their architecture beautifully incorporates elements like columns, pediments, friezes, and classical motifs. However, these elements are often reinterpreted with a distinctive Nabatean flair, leading to unique proportions, stylized floral patterns like their characteristic crow-step merlons, and an overall sense of grandeur that is undeniably their own. The buildings are not merely placed in the landscape, they are part of it. The natural contours, colors, and even imperfections of the sandstone were often incorporated into the design, making the structures feel organically grown from the cliffs rather than imposed upon them. The ever-changing light plays dramatically on the rose-red rock, giving the monuments a dynamic and ethereal quality throughout the day. Though not strictly architectural facades, the sophisticated water collection and distribution systems, channels, cisterns, dams, ceramic pipes, are an integral part of Petra's overall built environment. These engineering marvels allowed the city to thrive in an arid region and are as impressive in their own way as the carved facades.
The Treasury, Al-Khazneh. Perhaps the most famous and recognizable monument in Petra, the Treasury greets visitors at the end of the dramatic, narrow gorge known as the Sick. Its sudden appearance as you emerge from the darkness is an unforgettable experience. Architecture. Carved out of a single piece of sandstone, the Treasury is a stunning example of Hellenistic architecture adapted by the Nabateans. Its facade is approximately 40 meters, 130 feet, high and 25 meters, 82 feet wide. Two tiers of elegant Corinthian columns adorn the facade, creating a sense of classical grandeur. The facade is richly decorated with friezes and figures, though much of the detail has eroded over time. These include mythological figures like Amazons and Victories, as well as eagles, representing the Nabatean god Dushara. The upper section features a broken pediment, a common Hellenistic architectural device, with a central tholos, a circular structure with a conical roof that is particularly distinctive. At the very top, a giant funerary urn, riddled with bullet holes from Bedouins who believed it contained gold, gives the structure its popular name, the Treasury. While its exact purpose is debated, it is widely believed to have been a tomb for a prominent Nabatean king, possibly Aretas IV, given its prominent location and elaborate decoration. In stark contrast to the elaborate exterior, the interior is surprisingly plain, consisting of a simple, large chamber with smaller side chambers, reflecting its likely funerary or ceremonial function rather than a residential one. The monastery, Adir. Perched high in the mountains above Petra, the monastery requires a challenging uphill hike of about an hour from the main city area. Its remote location adds to its mystique. Even larger than the Treasury, the monastery measures approximately 47 meters, 154 feet, wide and 48 meters, 157 feet high. Like the Treasury, it is entirely carved from the rock. Key features: simpler but grand scale. While its decoration is less ornate than the Treasury, its sheer size and imposing presence are overwhelming. It shares stylistic similarities with the Treasury, including a broken pediment and a central tholos topped with an urn. It features 4 massive unadorned columns that give it a powerful and austere appearance. Large interior hall. Unlike the relatively small interior of the Treasury, the monastery boasts a vast open interior hall with an altar at the back. This, along with crosses carved into its walls, suggests it was repurposed as a Byzantine chapel during the Christian era, hence its name. Its elevated position offers breathtaking panoramic views of the surrounding desert, making the strenuous climb well worth the effort.
It was likely a significant religious site for the Nabateans before its Christian conversion. Together, the treasury and the monastery, along with the numerous other tombs, houses, and ceremonial structures, showcase the Nabateans' unparalleled ability to transform the natural environment into a monumental, enduring testament to their sophisticated civilization. Imagine stepping off the sun-baked earth, leaving behind the open, desolate landscape of the Jordanian desert. You're immediately drawn into the mouth of the Sikh, and the world around you transforms. At first, it's a wide, almost welcoming pathway, but soon the sandstone cliffs begin to press in. They rise on either side, not just tall, but seemingly impossibly so, dwarfing you to a mere speck. The rock faces, smooth and worn by millennia of wind and water, shimmer with an almost liquid quality, their colors shifting through an incredible palette of deep ochres, fiery reds, and soft, dusty pinks. You might reach out and run a hand over the cool, rough surface, feeling the ancient layers. The sky above narrows to a ribbon of brilliant blue, sometimes barely a sliver, like a jagged crack in the ceiling of the world. The sunlight filters down in dramatic shafts, illuminating patches of rock face, making them glow, while other sections remain in cool, deep shadow, creating a dynamic play of light and dark. The air grows noticeably cooler, and a quiet hush descends, muffling the sounds of the outside world. As you walk deeper, the Sikh twists and turns, each bend revealing a new, captivating vista. The path underfoot is uneven, a mix of packed earth and worn stone, echoing with the soft scrape of your shoes and the occasional murmur of other visitors, their voices hushed by the overwhelming scale of the surroundings. You'll notice subtle details carved into the rock by the Nabateans, small niches, water channels meticulously engineered to bring life-giving water into the city, and faint remnants of ancient carvings. The feeling of anticipation builds with every step. You know something incredible lies ahead, but the Sikh holds it back, teasing you with its twists and turns. The walls can feel incredibly close, almost oppressive in places, then suddenly open up to a slightly wider space before constricting again. The silence, broken only by the gentle echoes, feels profound, as if the very stones are holding their breath. And then, just as you're immersed in the labyrinthine embrace of the gorge, a tantalizing glimpse appears through a final narrow crack. A hint of ornate columns, a flash of intricate carving, a sliver of impossible beauty. You quicken your pace, your heart thrumming with excitement, as the walls finally draw back, and the magnificent, awe-inspiring facade of the treasury explodes into the desert light. A moment so dramatic, so breathtaking, that it truly feels like stepping into another world, into the heart of ancient Petra.
You've entered a world transformed. The sun-drenched open desert is gone, replaced by a realm of colossal stone. Above you, on either side, the sandstone cliffs rise not just high, but impossibly so, creating a sense of awe and wonder that washes over you, silencing all but your own breath. They stretch skyward, layers of time etched into their formidable faces, painted in a palette of deep russet, fiery orange, and soft blushing pink. It feels as if you're walking through the very arteries of the earth, a magnificent natural cathedral whose vaulted ceilings are the narrow strips of brilliant blue sky far, far above. Every twist and turn of the path brings a new revelation. The sheer scale of these natural walls is humbling, making you feel like a tiny, insignificant speck in a world of giants. Yet there's also an undeniable feeling of profound beauty, a serenity that comes from being so utterly surrounded by such ancient, majestic power. The air, cooler here in the embrace of the rock, carries a faint, earthy scent, and the light, filtered and diffused, casts dramatic shadows that dance and shift, making the very stone seem alive.
This isn't just a place, it's an experience that awakens something primal within you, inviting you to marvel at the raw artistry of nature and the incredible ingenuity of those who dared to carve their legacy into its heart. As you walk, the grandeur of the cliffs isn't the only thing that envelops you. A profound stillness settles, punctuated by the soft scrape of your shoes on the ancient path. But if you listen closely, truly listen beyond the immediate sounds, you can hear the echoes of the past, whispering stories of ancient times. It's not a literal sound, perhaps, but a deep, resonant feeling. The immense, smooth rock walls seem to amplify the quiet, allowing your imagination to fill the space. You might almost catch the faint jingle of camel bells from a long-departed caravan laden with frankincense and spices, pushing deeper into the canyon. Perhaps the murmur of ancient Nabatean voices bargaining in the bustling city center, or the rhythmic tap of a stonemason's hammer carving an intricate facade high above. The distant splash of water from a hidden spring, channeled by ingenious ancient hands, might seem to drift on the air. This isn't just a walk, it's a sensory journey back through millennia. The very air feels steeped in history, carrying the silent weight of countless footsteps, countless lives lived, countless stories unfolding within these very walls. It's as if the spirit of the lost city itself is breathing around you, inviting you to connect with a time when this canyon was a vibrant artery of trade and culture, teeming with life.
Imagine the treasury as the sun begins its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of fiery orange and soft violet. The harsh midday glare softens, and a magical transformation begins to unfold before your eyes. As the sun dips lower, the already vibrant rose-red sandstone of the treasury is slowly bathed in a breathtaking golden light. The warm rays strike its intricate facade at an angle, making every carved detail, every column, every frieze stand out in sharp relief. The natural striations and textures of the rock seem to ignite, deepening the reds, enhancing the ochres, and adding a rich, almost molten quality to the stone. Shadows lengthen and deepen within the recessed doorways and beneath the ornate pediment, creating a dramatic contrast that accentuates the monument's three-dimensional grandeur. The air around it feels softer, more serene, imbued with a quiet reverence. The iconic urn at its very peak seems to catch the last pure rays, gleaming like a beacon. In this golden hour, the treasury doesn't just stand, it seems to glow from within, radiating an ancient warmth. It's a moment of profound beauty and tranquility, where the genius of the Nabateans, carved into the very earth, feels most alive, whispering tales of glory under the benevolent gaze of the setting sun. It's a view that etches itself into your memory, a truly unforgettable highlight of Petra's timeless majesty. Beyond the breathtaking visuals, close your eyes for a moment and let your other senses take over. Let the calming sounds of the desert wind and the faint, persistent trickle of water create a serene atmosphere that wraps around you. The wind, no longer a harsh force, sighs softly as it sweeps through the narrow canyons, a gentle, whispering breath across the ancient stones. It carries the subtle scent of dry earth and distant scrub, a timeless melody that has played across these cliffs for millennia. It rustles gently around the colossal treasury, a barely audible hum that seems to carry the secrets of ages. And beneath that soft sigh, if you listen carefully, you'll discern the delicate, persistent sound of trickling water. It's the lifeblood of this arid land, channeled by the ingenious Nabateans through their intricate systems of pipes and conduits carved into the rock. It might be the distant drip from a hidden spring, or the soft gurgle of water moving through ancient channels, a constant, reassuring whisper that speaks of sustenance and survival in this formidable landscape. These subtle sounds combine to create a profound sense of peace.
The grandeur of the rock, the golden light, and now the gentle symphony of wind and water merge, transforming your experience into a truly meditative journey. You're not just observing Petra, you're feeling its ancient heartbeat, a quiet, serene rhythm that transcends time.
As darkness descends, a new ethereal chapter begins to unfold over Petra. The last vestiges of twilight fade